Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Hello, ma'am.
Is my voice audible okay?
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Babita.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just checking if the audio is working.
Good afternoon, Rajiv. Yes,
Hi, Jyotsna.
it's perfectly fine.
Good
You're
to see you.
perfectly visible and audio is good to go.
Good. Yes. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all present here. I, Diya Khandelwal, welcome you all to the sixth technical session of the fifth annual International Conference of Maitrey College Equinox 2025. The theme of this year's conference is Minds and Machines, Interdisciplinary Reflections on Science, Society, and Ethics. We are truly honored to begin with the presence of our chairperson for the session, Dr. Jyotsna Talreja, and two eminent academicians, Dr. Rajiv Singh from Department of Cybersecurity and Networks, Glasgow Caledonian University, United Kingdom, and Mr. Ayush Chopra, who is currently pursuing his PhD from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, United States. With great honor and privilege, I now take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished session chair, Dr. Jyotsna Talreja Wassan, an accomplished academician and researcher in the field of computer science. Great honor and privilege, I now take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Jyotsna Talreja Wassan, Dr. Jyotsna Talreja Wassan, an accomplished academician and researcher
Hello,
in the
dear.
field of computer science. Great honor-
Did you join with the two devices? Please close one there.
No, sir, I've just joined with one device.
There are two devices. Please shut off one.
I take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished session chair, Dr. Jyotsna Talreja Wassan, an accomplished academician and researcher in the field of computer science. Dr. Jyotsna Talreja is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science at Maitrey College, University of Delhi. She holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Ulster, United Kingdom, where her work was recognized with Outstanding Thesis Award. She has also served as a visiting postdoctoral fellow at the National Institutes of Health, USA, and has been a recipient of the prestigious Her research focuses on applied artificial intelligence, machine learning, integrative data analytics, metagenomics, computational biology, and systems biology, with significant contributions to developing machine learning and approaches for function classification of microbiome data. Dr. Wassan has published in leading journals such as Nature Communications with an impact factor of 15 and IEEE ACM transactions on computational biology and bioinformatics, and has contributed chapters to renowned references, including Elsevier's Encyclopedia of Bioinformatics and Computational Biology. She has been honored with multiple awards, including the Young Scientist Award in 2021 and the Global Eminent Academician Award in 2023. Prior to joining academia, she worked as software engineer at Microelectronics, India, and has since been actively engaged in academic leadership roles. Her career is a testament to the integration of computational methods with real-world biological challenges, advancing interdisciplinary research in AI-driven life sciences. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Wassan as the chair of the session, and we look forward to the depth of knowledge, guidance, and inspiration she'll bring to today's proceedings. With this, I hand over the session to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dia. And it's my privilege to chair this session and to warmly welcome our esteemed speakers, distinguished participants and colleagues, and our students to this technical session 6 of Equinox 2025. Today, we are truly honored to have two eminent speakers, Dr. Rajiv Singh. He is the program leader and lecturer in cybersecurity at Glasgow Caledonian University, United Kingdom, and his work and insights bridge cutting research, the ethical and societal dimensions of technology and cybersecurity. And we have Mr. Ayush Chopra, who is a PhD scholar at MIT, who brings with him the rich expertise and fresh perspectives from his ongoing research. With such eminent speakers, we are all set for an enriching and thought-provoking session ahead. I would like to begin by introducing our speakers to all of you. So, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Singh holds a MSc and PhD in cybersecurity from University of Birmingham, both awarded through fully funded scholarships, with over 2 decades in experience as a programmer and academic at University of Delhi. His expertise spans cybersecurity, protocol verification, AI, and the ethical and societal dimensions of emerging technologies. He has made significant contributions in the areas of network security, adversarial machine learning, blockchain, and AI applications in healthcare and transitional education. Widely recognized as a thought leader and frequently invited speaker at academia and industry platforms, he is deeply committed to empowering the next generation of cybersecurity professionals and promoting responsibly the digital practices. Having had the privilege of being his colleague, I can personally say he is one of the finest academicians I have met in my professional journey. So today, Dr. Singh will be enlightening us on adversarial machine learning, a fascinating field at the intersection of technology, society, and ethics. His talk will explore how vulnerable AI systems can be understood and mitigated, with examples ranging from deepfake influencing democratic processes to manipulated road signs and to the edge-cutting cases and adopting a formal methods and mindset to ensure that AI systems remain safe and reliable. The discussion will open up the opportunities in AI security testing, model verification, and ethical governance, encouraging the next generation to move beyond being passive users and instead become the active shapers of trustworthy and fair intelligence systems. And thank you, Dr. Rajiv, for joining us today.
Thank
We
you,
are
Jyotsna.
privileged to have you here. I would also take this opportunity to introduce all of you to the esteemed speaker, the second esteemed speaker of the session, who is Mr. Ayush Chopra, a PhD scholar at MIT, USA, and he's leading the project Iceberg, and he'll be highlighting a large-scale initiative MIT built on large population models designed to simulate billions of interaction and predict ripple effects across interconnected systems like economy, society, environment, etc. It bridges theoretical advances in multi-agent AI with real-world deployments, already reaching millions of people globally. Dr. Ayush's pioneering research bridges theoretical advances in multi-agent AI with real-world impact, reaching over 20 million people through global deployments and featured widely in international press. With over 50 publications in leading venues including AAMAS, CVPR, and KDD, and the British Medical Journal, 25 patents, and prior experience at Mayo Clinic, JP Morgan AI Research, and Adobe, where he received the Outstanding Young Engineer Award. His contributions span academia and industry alike. At MIT, under the supervision of Professor Ramesh Raskar, he has helped distribute life-saving medicines, vaccines to millions, safeguard billion-dollar supply chains, and guide workforce transitions, shaping trillions in wages. As systematic failures increasingly resemble hidden icebergs, where visible disruptions are only the tip, the Project Iceberg reveals the deeper interconnections of human decisions, orchestrating the next phase of digital public infrastructure in the era of digital intelligence. I also welcome you, Mr. Ayush Chopra. We are privileged to have you here.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me.
So the first talk will be by Dr. Rajiv, and the second one will be by Mr. Ayush. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Singh, and I request him to take over the session for his very first talk.
Hi. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Jyotsna, and good evening, Ayush. So let me first of all start by acknowledging Matri College and Equinox Committee for giving me this platform. It's always very nice to come back to Matri College, where I started my academic journey maybe 23 years back in September 2002. It was almost the same month. Maybe the week could have been different, but it's a deja vu. Hello, everyone at the Department of Computer Science at the Matri College. So let me try and share my screen. I'm just worried that I have to now prove myself worthy of whatever the introduction has been given for me. How would I share this screen? It's not showing me the sharing option, right?
Kindly move the cursor downwards, then
Yeah. Wait.
icons will pop up. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hopefully this should work. I'm just trying to see. Please give me a thumbs. Can you see this?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Rajiv, it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, just give me one moment. Okay. I'm closing everything else because it's I have a double screen. Right. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, visible.
The presentation mode, right?
Yes, sir, in presentation.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So so let's get going on this topic. So welcome to Equinox. I think this is the second day. So I'll be speaking about adversarial machine learning and how we can navigate trust, security, and ethics. So just be mindful of the fact this is not a technical presentation. I've tried my best to keep it as generic as possible. And although Jyotsna has told me that there is a discussion session, you don't need to wait till the end. Feel free to stop me at any time and interrupt me by unmuting yourself or just sending a message. And I'll be happy to take the discussion. I may, in fact, need some volunteers in between. So if the organizers can unmute some of the volunteers, whoever puts their hand up. Right. So let's start with, I'm a movie buff. So I always draw my inspiration from movies, and this guy is I really like this guy. So if you have not seen the movie, Catch Me If You Can, I highly recommend that you watch this movie. And this guy was a con artist and later on empaneled with FBI because, as you say, if you want to catch a thief, have a thief in your team. So this guy says something very prophetic. He says, "This is what I have learned. Every single breach occurs because somebody in that company did something they were not supposed to do, or someone in that company failed to do something they were supposed to do. So hackers don't cause breaches, people do." And we'll see how in the adversarial machine learning concept, how the users are at the center of attack, or how users become, the weakest link, and so on. So, oops. Right. So just a bit of introduction about machine learning. So basically in machine learning, we study how computer algorithms can learn and improve data processing, or how they can mimic the function of a human brain, or basically whatever we do on the basis of whatever we have learned through now. So a child who does not know anything, as they visualize, as they hear through sensory organs, then they start learning how to make decisions. So very similar is the case of computer algorithm, and we call it machine learning. There are another domains such as deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning, or you can say artificial intelligence. Uh, the problem is that the whole area of machine learning or deep learning algorithms, there is a lot of area which is uncovered and which allows for unpredictability. And I'll try to give you an example of human brain, how there is this era of there is area of this unpredictability. So the recent work of late has demonstrated that now we don't need to attack um, the user, rather the algorithm itself or the data itself on the basis of which we generate conclusion can be attacked, and how dangerous it can be. So let's try and understand observation first. Okay, so when we are saying the machine learning will mimic the human brain, so let's see how our brain works. Be on your toes. Right. What do you see here? Anyone? It's an image which is not very clear. Should it be clear? I don't know. If you give it to machine, I don't know how it will work, but at least two things. Either you are looking at a spiral chain or concentric circle. What is it? Can anyone tell me? What do you see? So, would it be surprised if I tell you that it's concentric circles? If you look closely, you can see that they are actually concentric circles, but the way they are, put out on the screen, it gives you an illusion. Jyotsna, you're on mute if you're saying something. So it's concentric circles. Now, the point I'm trying to draw here is our brain is trained to understand certain shapes and constructs. And the problem is when the input is outside this acceptable domain, then we get optical illusion. I mean, different people get different level of optical illusion based on how the brain has been trained. So same is the story with machine learning algorithms. All the attacker has to do is find that acceptable or unacceptable domain, boundary. And if they can push that boundary a little bit, then the algorithm will simply, fail, right? So let's play another game. Let's try and understand what is adversarial machine learning. And now I would really, really need some volunteers. So here is a question. How do you drop an egg on the floor so as not to break it? Please unmute few volunteers. I need some answers to take this lecture forward. How do you drop an egg on the floor so as not to break it?
So someone in the chat is saying to boil it first.
Right. Good. Okay. Not a bad answer, right? Anything else? Okay, so if there is no fire and no boiling allowed, what do you do then? That's a smart answer. But you won't run to kitchen, you know. You've been given an egg. I must compliment. This is a very smart answer. At least one more answer, please. Yes, Shikha ma'am. Can you unmute?
Yes, now can.
Yeah, someone raised a hand.
Yeah, now I can unmute. So sorry, I
Yes.
wasn't able to unmute, wasn't having the rights. Yeah, I'll keep some cushion below it or something. That's what came to my mind.
Right, right. So again, so the focus is, let me read the question once more. How do you drop an egg on the floor so as not to break it? Now think of this AI model as a smartest student in the class. So they can recall every fact in the textbook. But if you frame the question in a certain way, you can still, make them give the wrong answer or away from the fact. Now focus again on the question. We never said the egg would break. You can drop the egg on a hard floor and floor will never break. That's simple. So the question here is, I did not say that egg must not be broken. There are two things here. One is egg, another is floor. No one thought of floor, right? We immediately, our attention went to the egg. So the answer is, in whichever way you drop it, the floor will never be broken. Obviously, the question was not clear. The question was ambiguous. We got confused. So you can understand in the same way, even the machine, the algorithms can get confused, or we can make the algorithm confused by framing the question in such a way. If we can confuse the human, right? So the adversarial attacks work very same way. I mean, with no offense to anyone, the answers that you gave were correct, but it's just the whole idea of this question was to trick the brain. So, and we were successful in doing that. So the fact is that we immediately replaced it with the egg, whereas it was an open question, so to speak. So adversarial attack basically subtly change the concept so that AI misunderstands the input. So just like human, we jump to the most common assumption, and that assumption can be exploited. It's as simple as that. So in adversarial machine learning, what are we going to do? We can trick the machine learning model by providing deceptive inputs. We can have methods to generate adversarial examples, and I'll speak about some of them. Or a small modification to the input may cause this model to either misclassify a correct object or classify an incorrect object. I'm sure you would remember when iPhone first came up with this face unlock thing, on mobile phones. At that time, there was a big news about how we can simply take a photograph against the iPhone and it would unlock itself. Obviously, now they have improved that detection mechanism, but initially it was the case when it would not check the liveness feature and so on. So this is one classic case of how machine learning or how algorithms can be fooled. What are different possibilities? So in terms of different possibilities, where we can either misclassify, we can either attack the input itself or the algorithm itself. So let's try and see what we can do. So attacker can redirect data server to one controlled by it, because there are two things. One is the algorithm and another is the data set on which it is trained, or you ask a question and it gives you an answer. So what if the data set is incorrect? How to do it? So just imagine if you are reading a book of algebra. You went away for a tea break and someone replaced your book of algebra with their own fake book. Now the problem is you would be reading from the fake book, and all the concepts, if whatever they want you to learn, you will learn that concept correct or incorrect. It's the same way that if an attacker can redirect the data server to one controlled by it, the whole reasoning or the solutions, the output will be wrong. There is another possibility that maybe they cannot replace the whole book, so they will tear off certain pages, so like selectively removing some input or blocking. So when you are away, they will just tear off certain chapters from your book and you will never get knowledge of that particular subdomain. Or they can even replace those pages with their own pages. So this is called injecting malicious input uh, to give you another wrong conclusion. There have been many cases, and I won't go into these details, but these are some of the most common cyber attacks using machine learning, where the captcha has been bypassed or the password brute force has been achieved. There are various malware filters that we cannot see, or those phishing emails that we receive. Your email is going to expire tomorrow, or your bank is going to stop you if you don't authenticate your Aadhaar, and so on. So these are advanced phishing techniques that have been in place for some time now. Let's look at another example, cooking the fish, and how it fits into our theory. So apologies to all the vegetarian. You can think of here as some bottle gourd or Loki. So a child asks why her mother would always cut off the head and tail of a fish while cooking, right? So her mother said, because it's the recipe of your grandmother, and my mom used to do it like that. So the child, still inquisitive, she reaches to her grandma. She says, because my mom used to do it like that, and that's why I did it. So she goes to her great grandmother. Luckily, she was alive. So she says, "Oh no, there was no reason. It was just that my pan was so small that the whole fish would not fit in." So the idea is, what are we doing here? When we are training a machine on the process that human follows, are we following the tradition, or are we looking at the logic? So most of the time, the actions are repeated across generations without understanding the original logic or underlying reason behind. So although the pattern was preserved, the purpose was lost. Most of the time, the machine learning development focuses too much on pattern, and that over relying on the pattern is why it can be fooled, it can be tricked. So we should always look for the purpose for which this machine learning or the algorithm is being built. Why it matters: that attackers exploit the fact that models follow pattern blindly. So if you can make a small crafted change, you will be easily able to fool the model into making the wrong predictions. Now, the model will not be able to distinguish between meaningful pattern and a manipulated one. I'll give you a few examples after that. So the learning is that blind pattern following leads to fragile models. And if the model never learned why something was true, it can't detect why it is being tricked. So go back to the fish story. They did not know why. If they were following the pattern because the mom did it or the grandma did it, and so on. Right. So not asking why, it's a very, very costly risk, and we should not we should be aware of this thing. So let's look at some of the examples. This is one famous one: how to fool the automated camera. So this camera is supposed to detect whether there is a person or not. On the left, you can see it can detect. On the right, it cannot detect there is a person, because what this person is doing is wearing an adversarial patch, a photo around his neck, and because of that, the camera says, "Well, I can't see a person." So now, what happened here? What happened here is that the algorithm was not properly trained about whether the person can wear something like that, or there can be some objects, or there is a possibility. Because of this patch, the algorithm or AI could not learn it. Yes, there is a question. I believe someone raised a hand. Right. So similarly, a self-driving car can be fooled. Obviously, these self-driving cars are running on looking at the signs. So you can see this stop sign has been meticulously edited just at some places. And it is from one of the research paper that this can be misconstrued as a speed limit sign. And, rather than car stopping, the car can simply pick up the speed to that level. So how these attacks work. So they can work in various ways, either in the evasion. So subtle modification causes AI to misclassify input, just like we saw in the adversarial patch person example. Poisoning, or so corrupting the training data, we can create a backdoor, or there are various biases, etc. So as you can see, the left one is cat, but if you add a subtle noise, change the picture, AI basically ends up classifying as guacamole. There's a very, very famous. So if you ever look for adversarial machine learning attack, you will come across this picture. Whereas if you add a little bit of noise to the panda image, the AI system picks it up as gibbon with very high degree of confidence. So these are adversarial noise attacks. So if you can add some noise, it's like a lot of fake news out there. So maybe you are scrolling and you're getting too many fake news. You would start believing them because those are the most ones you are coming across, or your brain is continuously processing. Now, the question is, why should we even care? Because this is machine learning, this is AI, adversarial machine learning. I am not a science student, or I don't understand these high tech lingo. Why should I care? Because there are so many things happening around us, and we are all using. So I'm sure there is you must have heard about a lot of UPI frauds. The On the other hand, the government organizations, the RBIs and the banks, they are trying to come up with some detection mechanism, automated systems which can detect the fraud. Now, if that algorithm which detects the UPI fraud can itself be fooled or be tricked, then it will be chaos. There are various ways in which there are various facilities for which we use Aadhaar authentication to verify our identity, to apply for various scholarship, various government schemes. So if there are adversarial attacks, they can even compromise your digital identity. Someone can fake, and there have been cases when the banks did not recognize that all the Aadhaar information that they received for loans, etc., they were fake, and they lost money. Similarly, there is a lot of fake news on social media. There are lots of filters. So AI powered imaging is there. So it's very difficult to differentiate between what is real and what is fake. So if AI can be fooled, the trust and safety in the digital system that we use every day is likely to collapse. There are various other case studies. For example, Tesla, Tesla Autopilot. Um, we all know there is a traffic rule that if you are driving, these autopilot or auto-driven cars, they rely mostly on vision. So they look through the cameras and all, but they are also supposed to hear. So if you are driving and if you hear an ambulance siren or a car siren, you are supposed to give them way, right? So we can, as a human, we can identify the siren, we can turn our head and we can look, oh, there is a in rear view mirror, there is a police van coming, or ambulance coming. But AI, if it is only going to hear, then I can put a police siren or ambulance siren in my car, and I can fool this. So there is a possibility. In the elections, there are too many deepfake videos and audios, etc., which are going around on social media. So we have to be careful. We have to come up with filters or the systems that can detect these fake images. But at the same time, those systems are the one which are actually under attack. And as I said, many banks in India have been victim of financial fraud, etc. Other than that, there are some ethical issues. So what happens? Who is accountable when an AI system is fooled, right? If something goes wrong with your bank account, you can go to the bank, right? But if you're using an AI system, if that AI system is fooled and you are the victim, who is accountable? It's an open question. How do we ensure fairness when attacks can magnify discrimination? Now, there are discriminations knowingly, unknowingly, passive, active, subtle, or clear discrimination based on how people look, based on how people dress up. Just talk to yourself, think about your situation. If you are dining in a restaurant and there are four kids who enter the restaurant dressed differently, um, maybe fancy, some clean, some not so clean, and if they occupy the next seat which is available to you, what will be your reaction? Is your reaction going to be based on how they look? Is your reaction going to be based on how they dress up and all? These are all social experiments. Are AI systems intelligent enough to identify the difference, or are the AI systems vulnerable enough, so that they can be fooled? And most importantly, should vulnerable AI systems be deployed in critical applications? Because all these AI systems, when they say yes or no, they can also be wrong, what we call as false positive and false negative. I won't go into that detail. But this bias is something very, very severe. So when you hear at the airport someone was randomly picked or someone's luggage was randomly picked for a screening, is it really random? Because in computer science, we don't say there is anything random. In fact, we use a word called pseudo-random. So how is that pseudo-random becoming actually random? And is there any other bias factor that are taking that is in play? So how can we defend against it? So best is that do not only design your algorithm to do or to follow the logic, also do the adversarial training. That keep your system ready for accepting or expecting some inputs which may be there just to trick them into doing something wrong. Make the model robust. We should have some global guidelines, like in India we should have clear guideline from MIT or Niti Aayog or some industry specific regulations. Finally, while we are talking about it, I'm sure there are students who are from across the discipline. There are researchers from across the discipline, and don't think that this is very, very computer specific or IT specific domain. There are career opportunities. You can become an AI security tester, so you don't need to be an AI expert. You just need to be intelligent enough to come up with edge cases where the system can be fooled. You can become a verification engineer. If you're coming from psychology or statistics, you can become a data quality engineer or bias and fairness auditor, etc. So these are various new career opportunities. Especially there are a lot of companies which are doing AI startups. Even the government has started many small companies which are doing some good AI initiatives. So you can join them, maybe as a volunteer, or think of your career graph into this. Finally, when you are coding, always think of verification and validation. And the same thing should be done on machine learning algorithm or AI systems also. So verification is, did you build the systems right? Or validation is, did you build the right system? So test all edge cases, test all the scenarios where you think your system might fail. If it doesn't fail, good, at least you tested it. So finally, there is something called formal method mindset. This is this is one of my research areas, which is formal methods and verification. So rather than saying something is safe, we say it other ways. Just like negation of negation is true, we say it is not possible that there exists an unsafe case. Now, when we say my system is safe, we are saying that we have tested and it works, just like on the image on your left. So you walked on this bridge and you said it's safe. Whereas it is not possible to test all the safe cases because there are so many. What we should rather be trying to do is to look for one single unsafe case. And it is easier to find an unsafe case. So in formal verification, what we do is we look for that single unsafe case. What we say, it is not possible that there exists. That means we are looking for one. Here we say for all the situation, the system is safe. And we are saying for all. If you run an algorithm for all the cases, it will keep running, and it may never terminate. Because a system, whatever you program you are designing, it has to come to an end. You cannot ask someone question and he will say, okay, I'm thinking. Okay, when will you stop thinking? No, I'm still thinking. It's the same with machines. Give them a question for which they can answer you back. So if you say, are you going to come with me tomorrow? They say, okay, let me think. But if you uh, flip the question and you say, is there any chance that you're not likely to come with me tomorrow? Maybe you'll get the answer fast. Right? So in the same way, this formal method mindset, it has become very, very popular in engineering and all the applications. It should also be applied to AI. So I think I have had taken enough time. So finally, that machine learning poses real and growing threat to reliability and safety of our application, especially in cybersecurity, finance, healthcare, and the social care. Trust and transparency must be embedded into AI development. Ethical considerations are no longer optional because they have a deep impact on our behavior, our societal functions. And obviously, security is an ongoing challenge. So we have always to keep evolving and keep upgrading our system. And finally, the academics and industry must look at it from other perspective. We must, you know, involve and use all these, at least the terminologies in our academic whenever we develop our syllabus or improve our syllabus and courses, etc. So that's all from me. If you have any questions, I would try my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for such an insightful talk on adversarial machine learning. Your examples and perspectives have shed light on the critical challenges at the intersection of AI, technology, and ethics. You help us to understand the topic through the wonderful analogies of breaking an egg and cooking a fish. It was enlightening to learn about how attack works and how fake news, UPI frauds work, and how they can be handled considering the ethical considerations. I'm sure the audience found it both enriching and thought provoking. I invite the audience, if you have any questions and queries or any thoughts you want to share, please, I request the team to unmute the participants who have the questions.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be asking on their behalf. We've received some questions in the chat box, sir.
Mhm.
The first one is, do you believe AI can ever be fully secured, or will it always face new threats?
Good. That's a very good question, and it's a very common question. So I would replace the question with another question. Um, do you believe driving cars or traveling on road will ever be fully safe? So it is all about following the real guideline. The answer is yes and no. So if you follow the traffic rules, if you cross the road on zebra crossing, it's not that you will be completely safe. The chances of being unsafe will go down. So similarly, it's a new domain, uh, not very new domain, but relatively new domain. So if we use it responsibly, if the AI developers, they use proper guidelines and proper security practices and not just release it because their competitors are also releasing and they need to release their version as fast as they can, then I can say with surety, and I won't say I can say, I will hope with positivity and optimism that the future generations of AI systems will be more secure than what we have now. So it's an ongoing process. It's about, can we ever have all the knowledge? No, but we can always keep on improving and adding the knowledge. But thank you for this very interesting question. Next one.
So the next one is, as you mentioned about deepfakes earlier, what are some steps that through which we can detect and stop their misuse?
That's a very interesting one. So I'm sure you all must have seen some deepfakes of White House in last month, right? That all the leaders went there and met President Trump and all. So even the AI, good for us, that when these deepfakes arrive or when the deepfakes appear, even they have some limitations. Just like I showed you that spiral thing, when our brain have a limitation to spot whether this is a spiral or a concentric circle. In the same way, and now you should go back and look at the image after our talk is over. You will find that AI is not good with hands. AI is not good with legs. So if there are four people sitting, you will see that there are nine legs. It's never good with fingers. So any part that is likely to move more, AI is not good. So you can easily spot. And there are now some reverse image websites. There are now some services where you can immediately upload those images, etc., and you can find that there is um, it's real or fake. Also, with little bit more studies, you can go to the metadata of that file and you can see when this file was generated. So if the file was, let's say, generated in 2010 and it is talking about an event in 2015, most likely it is fake or superimposition. Thank you. Anything else, Dia?
Yes, sir. Last question. How do we make sure that the algorithm is failing because of the erroneous sample and not because of any other cascaded effect or, say, some John Doe effect?
Right. So, I mean, can you repeat the question, the first part?
So, how do we make sure that the algorithm is failing because of the erroneous sample and not
Right.
because, yeah.
Okay. So there are various factors because of which the answer may be erroneous. First of all, the question itself is very intelligent because the question says that we have spotted that there is a failure, which is good first step. And now we want to dig deep into why it failed. So as I told you, there are two reasons. Either it can be because of attack on algorithm or algorithm is weak, or it is because of the erroneous data. So we will have to go back and look at the validity of data, right? So immediately, what I would suggest, just like we do forensics analysis in cybersecurity, we should take a snapshot of the system and preserve it. And then we should add more data and we should test whether the data was, what is the integrity of data? Was the data ever poisoned? Was the data ever maliciously attacked? Was it ever accessed unauthorizedly? So there are system logs which will help you to check with that. And obviously, if you add too much of John Doe, as you said, if you add too much of anonymized data, there is likely to have another level of cascading effect, which we must safeguard against. So if you remember, I talked about this slide. If your system has done this adversarial training, the system will be able to withstand such attacks. So adversarial training is very, very important when you give all kind of scenarios to the system and make it robust against such attacks. Thank you for these very insightful questions, by the way.
So, if you'd like to answer just one last
Yeah.
question from Dr. Prajwalit. Do you suggest that free AI tools are less reliable and to get authentic answers, we must use the paid versions?
Uh, this is a very, very old um, discussion when we say whether we should use open source software or licensed software. This goes back to forever. Um, there is a saying. So if you get time, please read history of internet. When the internet was being designed and about to deploy, there were two school of thoughts. One said that internet should be paid. Other said no, it should be made freely available. And then came a very prophetic statement that if something is being given to you for free, then you are the product. So you know, we can't simply make a sweeping statement that just because something is free, it's not so good. But yes, I can see where it is coming from, because this question, who is accountable when AI is fooled? So if you make an error because of a free version, what is their terms and conditions? Who are you going to sue? For example, if you take a paid one, so there is something called end user level agreement and use cases. So it's a tricky question, and I would say it's an open question, and the answer can only be that we form more and more better guidelines, and we tick the boxes. But I must admit, I don't have an answer for it, and neither do we have as an AI community. But it's an open thing, but we cannot simply make a sweeping statement, because that would again look, we will be doing exactly what we are proposing against, which is the bias. So we can't be biased against, free AI tools or paid AI tools. Yes, Shika ma'am has a question, I think.
Yeah, hi Rajiv. Actually, I
Hi.
just wanted to ask that that was my question only regarding that cascaded effect. So,
Right.
if it's a black box model, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it is working.
Yeah.
So, what do you do in that case? Like, if I have to backtrack, where was the problem? And yeah, so are there any tools for that or any methodology that you follow?
Uh, I would say again, I will have to be limited in my approach because it's a black box thing. So I can only look for more sets of data, and um, I can do scenario analysis where I would add more of John Doe or add more of one set of data, try to make it bias and see how the output changes, and I will have to make a correlation and accordingly do further statistical analysis, I believe. But yes,
Okay, I
it
got
will
it. So
have
it's
some limitations for
yeah,
sure.
it's probably an experimental thing then. That I
Yes.
experiment and
Yeah.
then I come up with results. Okay,
Exactly.
got it.
Exactly.
Thank you
Yeah.
so
Both
much. Yeah,
both ways, like forward feed as well as backward loop.
I got your point. Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Yeah, it
Thank
was a
you.
very insightful talk, really.
Thank you. Thank you.
We sincerely thank you, Dr. Rajiv, for addressing all the questions with such a generosity
No, no,
and
no. That's
clarity. Thank
I've
you
tried my
so
best.
much.
It's not my area, but I really love. I mean, my area is
No,
cybersecurity, but
it was
I
a
have I've started
wonderful
working
talk.
in a little bit of this domain. So excuse me if there was any error. I'm not an expert. I'm always learning. So this is a new area that I'm working towards.
I
Thank you
think
for
keep
giving me this
learning
platform.
is the
Yeah,
if keep learning in our lives is one of the
it is.
things
It
that we
is.
all
Yes.
do. So you have given us a pathway on which we can move forward.
Thank
That's
you.
a
Thank you.
privilege for all of us. So now I would like to move forward with today's technical session. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Ayush Chopra, and I kindly request him to take over the session and deliver his talk on a very exciting project, Project Iceberg.
Thank you. All the best, Ayush.
Oh, hi. Thank you.
Yeah. Look
Can you
forward
hear
to your
me?
talk.
Yeah, yeah.
And can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And okay, hi, I'm Ayush. I'm a grad student at MIT, and I do research in multi-agent systems and especially to build extremely large-scale AI systems that can be used to make decisions tailored to the incentives of millions of interacting people that make up a population, in contrast to a lot of the current AI systems that are tailored to individuals. And Project Iceberg is an offshoot from our research in population AI, with the goal to be able to orchestrate a lot of the emerging human AI systems that have like ripple effects across human interactions and human to AI interactions. And before going into details, I want to just start off with a very simple yet loaded question. So, in the last 3 decades of technology, there have been largely two big revolutions. One has been the personal computer, that allowed sort of individuals to do tasks more efficiently. It allows you to create documents, write software, or work with spreadsheets, and empowering individuals one at a time. And on the other hand, there's been the internet, which allows one person to connect to many. So, in your opinion, which of the two has had a bigger impact on society? Like, feel free to go ahead, just like make some comments in chat. Like the personal computer or the internet, if you have to look back over the last 20, 30 years of technology, which one do you think has been more important to where we are in society?
So, internet it is.
Precisely. So I completely agree. Like internet has been significantly more transformative than what the personal computer has been for technology, largely because what the internet does is like the internet doesn't just connect computers, it connects people. And interactions shape the world. And as a result, the development of the internet, building on top of the personal computing revolution, has fundamentally transformed all aspects of human life. The benefits of a technological revolution have rippled out to all sections of society. It has changed how we watch movies, how we make payments, how we shop for goods, and also how we learn. Just to give you context for some examples, on a daily basis, people stream almost 274 million hours of Netflix. UPI does 645 million payments a day. Over 17 million products get ordered on Amazon. And at MIT's EDX, over 400,000 students study online on a given day. So what I like to call these things are iceberg effects, where what you see is a very tiny tip of the entire ecosystem, which is streaming a movie, making a post, or placing an order, creating a product. But what's happening underneath are billions of interactions that ripple out across the entire ecosystem, which you probably can never measure and track. A lot of the magic in the world happens in these underneath interactions. And the power of the internet emerges from the ability to multiply and create many of these icebergs across all of the world and society. So today we're in the middle of another such transformation in moving from the internet revolution to the intelligence revolution. So a lot of AI today is in somewhat of a personal computing era. I'm sure you've probably used Copilot tools like ChatGPT, or if you write code using tools like Cursor, or a bunch of these other assistants, which work in a very isolated manner. They have massively transformed and augmented our ability to do stuff similar to how the internet did for humans, but they largely work in an isolated setting. There are one agent, one person scenarios where like ChatGPT can help you plan a party better. It can help you like read through a lot of documents, maybe do your homework better, learn about something new. But the experience is still very individual centric and isolated. And the transformation we are going to enter soon for the next 5 to 7 years of society is going to be the internet of AI. Moving from AI systems that are one agent, one person, to having billions of interacting agents that can orchestrate across geographical, technological, and computational boundaries. And this isn't similar to the internet. This won't just be about connecting AI tools, and it will fundamentally reshape how humans interact with each other. A good motivating example to think about this problem is to consider something from cognitive science, where there's this thing called the Dunbar effect. So if you look around yourself in the world, you'll realize that there are billions of people. You might go to Twitter or LinkedIn and see that people might have millions of followers, but on an average human probably follows a few thousand people. And this has been proven time and again that humans have a cognitive ceiling, that despite having billions of people in the world, an individual's ability is restricted to interacting with only a few thousand. This is called the Dunbar ceiling. And this has inherently shaped how the internet of humans that's used today works and operates. When you open a web page, a human can click 5 to 7 links before concluding on an answer. ChatGPT, on the other hand, can probably click 5,000 links because it's not bounded by the same cognitive constraints. So as we enter into this new era of the internet of AI, you won't just see technological transformation through billions of these interacting AI tools, but it will also fundamentally reshape how humans interact and influence each other. But how do we go from building this era of personal AI to this era of internet AI is the focus of my research. And what this requires is a fundamentally new way of thinking about AI research. So a lot of the AI systems that you see today that have dominated the PC era are built around this concept of large language models, or many of these foundational AI systems that try to maximize the sensing and cognitive abilities of an AI tool. They try to incorporate the ability to look at textual data or visual data or audio data, and trying to maximize what are all the kinds of sensing capabilities that AI systems can ingest in themselves in the ability to observe the world in the most efficient way possible. So this leads to maximizing along this dimension, leads to us building extremely efficient personal AI tools. But when we're trying to build the internet of AI, we don't just care about looking at the capability of one tool to observe the world, but also the ability to interact with each other. When you do that, you need an alternate perspective to research, which focuses on population AI systems that don't just capture what an individual can do, but also the interconnections that shape reality. And this is the focus to make population AI happen. What we build are these algorithms called large population models, which allow us to capture and model not just one individual agent, but millions of interacting agents, capturing billions of interactions, feedback loops across multiple scales of time and geography. And that's the primary focus of my research. Over the last 4 years at MIT, we've spent a lot of time perfecting large population models. We've built fundamentally new algorithms to be able to simulate millions of interacting agents, to be able to run computation efficiently on GPUs. We've invented new coordination protocols that allow AI agents to use the internet in a way that humans do not use it, given their lack of cognitive limitations. And we've been deploying these technologies in a lot of different disciplines. So I'll keep this talk technically light, but the goal is to give this intuition that imagine this as the world of AI, where each dot that you see on this graph isn't just a human, but an AI system that learns from the collective intelligence of millions of others through not just observing the world in isolation, but also actively interacting and coordinating with millions of agents around the world. And that's the primary focus of research here. And computationally, this is a super hard problem to solve. Imagine when you run ChatGPT, it's a very computationally expensive process that each time you make a query, models that require a lot of sort of expensive storage computing resources to run each inference. So what we're talking about here is not running one ChatGPT, but running a million ChatGPTs in parallel in a single computing experience. So in the brute force scenario, these things are extremely inefficient. So we did some performance benchmarks where we tried to recreate New York City in simulation through 8 million AI agents, trying to see, can we recreate an entire country in simulation where each citizen is an agent? In the conventional way, these systems are extremely inefficient to execute, validate, analyze, which you could build by just scaling up the current AI paradigm of large language and audio and visual models. But in contrast, with LPMs, we take a fundamentally different strategy that allows us to massively scale the ability of these agents to interact, observe the world, and work in parallel through significantly lower computational overheads. For instance, things that would take 50 hours to execute with our new algorithms, they execute in a few minutes. And the methods are orders of magnitude fast to validate. You can do analysis super fast through a combination of algorithmic infrastructure and protocol level inventions. And what this allows us to essentially do is it makes it computationally feasible to recreate essentially entire countries in simulation. Imagine a petri dish where you can, or a digital microscope where you can observe extremely high resolution behaviors, interactions, so that you can study the iceberg effects at population scale. To make this practical and useful across a lot of applications, we've built something called Agent Torch. It's a completely open source framework that allows you to build, deploy, and efficiently execute large population models in a lot of different disciplines. And it's extremely open source. And it's built through a collaborative community of scientists in many parts of the world at this point. And it's being used by a lot of different governments, Fortune 500 enterprises around the world, helping us track a lot of ripple effects that affect millions of people across health, infrastructure, work, and many other aspects of human life and society. And so as we've seen at this point in time, that we now have the computational ability to simulate millions of interacting agents, study ripple effects, and measure the effects of disruptions. So one of the biggest disruption we care about today in sort of an interesting feedback loop is how will AI fundamentally change society? That's, I'm guessing, a question on top of a lot of people's minds. So one of the questions you sort of seem to care about is, can AI do my job? We're building a lot of these AI tools. they can interact with each other soon enough, they can already help me do my stuff more efficiently. Do we eventually hit a tipping point where AI systems can do what I do more efficiently than what I've been doing till now? Like historical technological revolutions have been assistive only or like augmenting only. With AI systems, there might be some skills or jobs that get automated and not just augmented. So how do you think about, can AI do my job? So we started thinking about this question, and we started something called Project Iceberg, which is at iceberg.mit.edu, which works with this motivation and says, can we use our research in large population models to be able to simulate entire labor markets and workforces to understand what are the ripple effects of introducing certain AI capabilities in the entire ecosystem? And we're already starting to see some disruptions from AI capabilities around the world. If you work in the software industry, what you see today is the tip of this iceberg. Like AI has pretty much transformed software technology. It writes almost 1 billion lines of code a day. At Google, almost 30% of software is now AI written. But you're starting to see a lot of ripple effects from technology maturity in software into the labor market. For instance, over 100,000 engineers have been laid off in the tech industry this year. So at a more computational level, AI can almost do 16% of all tasks that the US economy considers as valuable for employment. But we're already starting to see ripple effects beyond just technology. As AI tools become good at document processing, responding to the tasks, they're being deployed in like logistics and manufacturing, for instance. Like Amazon now has 1 million warehouse robots that help do a wide range of tasks, from forecasting for product demand, analyzing inventory data, doing quality control. In the self-driving world, Waymo cars drive almost 71 million autonomous miles a year. That means like the ability to perceive the world through text, image, LiDAR sensors has enabled AI systems to deliver over 1 million rides per month without the need for drivers. And we're starting to see similar ripple effects in many aspects of society. And this will fundamentally transform not just industries, but also communities and cities. The computation challenge is that these iceberg effects and these ripple interactions are hard to anticipate and quantify. This is because a lot of the AI systems fundamentally operate in siloed ecosystems where you cannot observe their impact unless it's too late. So essentially, you can only observe something once it comes up to the tip of the iceberg. That's what's happening with the software industry today. We're starting to see impacts of AI tools in industries after the fact they've been adopted. So because of an inherent census blind spot they create. Well, a lot of our conservative estimates show that by 2030, almost 30% of the workforce will be unmeasurable, given the rate of growth of AI systems in the workforce. And this is a hard problem to solve if you try to work with purely statistical and data-driven methods, which have driven a lot of historical research in machine learning and AI at the moment. So what you really need is a new perspective, which allows you to build more forward-looking AI systems and not just systems that can effectively learn from data. So that's been the focus of LPMs, and we've been using our work with LPMs to build sort of this command center for the AI economy that allows us to measure impact, simulate adoption patterns, and track the ripple effects of introducing certain kinds of skills and capabilities in the AI economy. To start this off, we've been building Project Iceberg, where essentially we recreated the entire US workforce in simulation. We built an agentic United States, where like the entire workforce is composed of 151 million workers that do around 923 distinct jobs. It creates across a total labor market that's worth almost $9.4 trillion. And these people collectively execute over 32,000 skills. So we use our simulations and our algorithms to build a basis vector of what are all the potential skills that you can do in the workforce, which we realize there are over 32,000 skills. And the way to think about AI automation is to not in terms of automating jobs, but in automating certain skills. For instance, as a financial analyst, maybe AI systems can do document processing. which means that you might end up realizing that if AI systems can do 4 out of the 17 skills of what it takes to be a financial analyst, you might realize that there's like an effective automation of 30% of the job, which can either result in a reduction of the number of financial analysts required in some cases, or in most cases, allow analysts to do significantly harder problems and upskill to more complex tasks. And the goal of Iceberg is to uncover these ripple effects across jobs, industries, and communities. So to put things in perspective, the current surface indicators of what we can observe about the US labor market, if we were to just build data-driven models from historical data, are things like an unemployment rate of around 4.2%, a traditional tech sector, which is only 6% of all jobs in the country, but contributes 33% of the market capitalization of the US economy. And around 16% of people work in tasks that can be potentially automated with AI, but around 50% need only entry-level skills, which really means that with enough capabilities, AI systems can eventually mature to a scenario where they can automate in some scenarios rather than augment. And across the entire country, 50%, 90% of the GDP is concentrated in only top 50 counties in a country with over 3,000 counties. So there's a huge long tail effect in terms of how work is distributed. With Project Iceberg, we start with this baseline of looking at the human census and the surface indicators to simulate this new entire human labor market, where we capture the entire human workforce. We map out each of the human jobs with a lot of high dimensional metadata, looking at over 100,000 attributes per human. These span numerical attributes, textual attributes, demographic attributes that describe the education, the income, the skills, tasks required to do a job, where people do it, what are the work values. Then we use it to simulate AI capabilities, measuring the importance of tasks, what can AI systems do, measuring capabilities by building sort of a census of AI agents. And finally, you use it to measure and quantify human interactions, where we simulate all of the 150 million plus workers, analyzing effect of adoption patterns, modeling hidden ripple effects, and identifying importance of tasks. The Iceberg systems are used by multiple state governments in the country at the moment, helping them measure automation risks, identify skill gaps, and then optimize reskilling programs. And what our analysis reveals is something called the Iceberg Index, which is a new census metric to track the value of labor skills that AI can do. For instance, what we realize right now is that the surface index across the US economy is almost 2.15%, which is really tiny, which affects around 109, which will transform work for around 2 million workers, doing around $200 billion in labor value. This happens as AI is accelerating software work, a field where technology is mature and adoption is high. But much of the transformation is hidden underneath the surface, and revealing this workforce iceberg, where over the next 5 years, as adoption patterns for current AI tools mature, we're likely to see disruption go from 2% to 11% that can impact an additional $1 trillion of the workforce. And over the next 20 years, a significant portion of the US workforce will transform with AI contributing to software, cognitive, physical work. A lot of these computations are possible through our ability to simulate interactions across millions of these workers, creating a digital workforce where each worker in the physical world is mapped to a worker in the autonomous world, so that we can anticipate disruptions, identify gaps, and evaluate the effectiveness of interventions in shaping behavior. And we have a lot of national reports which talk about these things in a lot more detail. I'd love to point you to iceberg.mit.edu, where you can learn more about how we model the human labor market, how we build an agentic workforce to track capabilities of AI tools today on the same taxonomy as humans work on, and how we measure the growth of the Iceberg Index over the next 15 years. And if you think about it, disruptions are not just in the workforce. We've been using Iceberg and large population models to track disruptions across many aspects of human and AI systems. Our tools are helping a bunch of countries around the world distribute vaccines to millions of people by modeling feedback loops between infectious disease patterns, vaccine hesitancy in people, dynamics of supply chains to predict how might vaccines be prioritized or how might outbreaks of infectious disease happen. We're also helping understand how can you incentivize human and infrastructure adoption, looking at things like solar energy, figuring out incentive mechanisms to be able to bring energy to millions of households across the country, as well as focus on more infrastructure systems where feedback loops between supply chains shape how resilient they are to disruptions. So our tools help track over $1 billion of supply chains, making them resilient to geopolitical tensions, cascading effects, and disruptions in workflows. And why do these disruptions matter? Like historically, a lot of what we've seen with AI and with large population models is the ability to anticipate this disruption. But now we're entering this new transformation where we'll have the ability to not just anticipate, but to measure and affect change and react to these disruptions, preparing communities and citizens to deal with them effectively. And this is part of what you'll soon observe with a lot of transformation in digital public infrastructure that's been built in India over the last several years, where things like Aadhaar gave us the ability to have digital identity. UPI has enabled us to have digital transactions where we can interact with a few people, for instance, to make payments or to book a cab with things like Namayatri or to order stuff with ONDC. Soon enough, we'll have things like digital intelligence, where each citizen can have a digital agent to track, coordinate, and act on their behalf, which will allow humans and individuals to coordinate with millions of citizens, anticipate the ripple effects from their actions, and react more strategically to the world. And this is likely to be the next phase of digital public infrastructure. And the question I want to leave you with is that as we build AI systems that can enable billions of entities to interact with each other more efficiently, what are the problems would you like to solve? The PC era of AI is focused on solving isolated agent problems, building ChatGPT, Copilot, Perplexity, and a lot of search and efficiency tools with the ability to interact more efficiently with billions of people around the world. What problems would you want to solve over the next 10 years? Yeah. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ayush, for such an enlightening presentation. It's interesting to know by leveraging the internet, AI agents connecting these levels, gathering information, learning patterns, and enabling smarter decisions across both personal and collective domains. It's interesting to see about AI Torch and Project Iceberg with agentic workforce. Your research insights and fresh perspectives have added a great value to this session. So, seeing the limited availability of the time, I would invite one or two questions from the participants so that Mr. Ayush can enlighten us on that. Session coordinators, please take the questions from the chat, I request.
Yes, ma'am. The first question is, looking ahead, what skills or roles will young people need if they want to contribute to projects like Iceberg?
So, so a lot of our so I'm personally of the strong opinion that like AI tools will be deflationary for skills that are digital only. So a lot of physical, digital cognitive tasks can be done very autonomously soon enough, which means that a lot of pure sciences and the ability to basically bridge computation into other disciplines is going to be super powerful. Like if you understand the ability to do computational chemistry, computational biology, that should be super critical. So at an undergraduate level, there should be a lot of focus trying to figure out how do you get students to go from how the last 10, 15 years of undergrad education in India was about everybody trying to become a computer scientist. We soon want to have CS plus X as the way to think about problems, where you want to be a computer scientist in the service of some problem. So you'll likely see a lot of specialization happen across the workforce, which is going to be super interesting. And there is actually very interesting precedent for that. I mean, I'll just give you a very brief example. So 25 years ago, the US healthcare system introduced this concept of a physician assistant or a nurse practitioner, and which was meant to do a lot of work that your primary physician doctor is supposed to do. And there was a lot of disruption over the fact that, are we going to sort of take away and disrupt primary physicians in the workforce, doctors that provide general medicine and diagnosis and other capabilities? But what we've realized since then is that in the last 25 years, the number of physician assistants have increased 1.5x. Correspondingly, the number of healthcare visits in the US have gone up 3x, but specialization in doctors has gone up 7x. So what we've realized is, if you go off this trend, incorporating AI systems and tools will allow people to improve access to a lot of technologies that exist today, while also allowing workers to specialize into harder and harder problems. And I would say that's an insight to take back to a lot of undergrad education here, thinking that if you're in chemistry or in physics or in biology, you should think of AI as a multiplier effect, considering how can you sort of use a lot of AI tools and computation tools and the ability to do fast digital work to be able to execute tasks exponentially faster and efficiently. So that's going to be the theme, I think, for the next 20 years, with AI tools moving out of software industry to biology, chemistry, a lot of manufacturing infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is from Shikha ma'am. Are AI agents and agentic AI same? If not, then can you please share the examples?
Oh, I mean, I would say these are words in the service of different things. So a lot of agentic AI is systems or workflows where AI agents are deployed in the service of some tasks. So you can think of AI agents as the underlying computational substrate, the tools that can do something. For instance, you might have AI agents that are very good at processing large documents, analyzing video streaming data. AI agents are where the skills and the capabilities lie, and agentic AI systems are built on top, which may compose one or many combination of agents in the service of some goal. Things like the ability of an agent to analyze text or speak in French can allow me to build text to translation systems where I can take a book written in English and make an audio book in French out of it. So to make this workflow happen, you need AI agents that can read a lot of text efficiently, and other AI agents that have the ability to translate across languages, and agents that have the ability to go from text to audio, things like that. So you can think of a lot of the agents being the underlying capabilities. And this is where more interesting things happen, that with the same AI agents, you can build either isolated agentic AI experiences as we see them today, or you can build hyper-connected population AI experiences where agents don't just execute tasks, but also focus on sharing interactions and feedback loops over multiple turns. Does that answer your question to some extent?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Before moving ahead, I request everyone to open their camera once so that we can have a group photograph. Once the photograph has been taken, kindly inform me.
I'm not sure. I think it's disabled for many people.
I hope it's done.
Ma'am, I'm not able to see many cameras open. Can you please confirm if can someone please confirm if we have taken any pictures? Yeah, yeah. Now many faces are visible.
Yes, ma'am, the pictures are taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for having
I'm
me.
I'm delighted to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team of the Equinox Conference 2025. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal ma'am, Dr. Haritma Chopra. Her belief in empowering students and promoting knowledge sharing has provided the foundation for organizing such a remarkable conference. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to all the dedicated faculty members of Maitree College, whose guidance, cooperation, and active participation made this event possible. We also extend our gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Jyotsna Talreja, for her unwavering support, valuable guidance, and encouragement, which have been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. We are extremely privileged to have had two distinguished speakers whose expert knowledge and insightful presentations added immense value to this conference. Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Singh, who enlightened us with his in depth session on adversarial machine learning. His expertise in the field and clear explanation of complex concepts gave us much to reflect upon in the world of cybersecurity. His expertise challenged us to critically evaluate both the potential and the risks of this evolving technology. Mr. Ayush Chopra, whose fascinating presentation on population AI opened up new horizons for understanding the role of artificial intelligence in population dynamics and a data driven decision making. His ability to present intricate ideas in a simple and engaging manner inspired us to rethink the possibilities of AI in solving larger scale challenges. We are deeply thankful to our speakers for taking out time from their busy schedules to share their knowledge and experience with us. Thank you. Your contributions have left us inspired, challenged us to think critically, and broadened our understanding of these cutting edge technologies. We would also like to extend our gratitude to all the participants, students, faculty members, and attendees whose enthusiastic presence and thoughtful questions and active engagement brought life to this session. Your curiosity, interaction, and eagerness to learn created an intellectually stimulating atmosphere. As we conclude this remarkable event, let us carry forward the knowledge and insights gained today, with the resolve to apply them meaningfully in our academic pursuits and professional work. May this experience inspire us to remain curious, continue learning, and use our knowledge for the greater good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Hope to see you in the next session. Thank you so much.
I request the participants not to leave the session. We'll be starting the next session soon. Just in another 2 minutes, we're going to start the next session. So please do not leave the session. Participants, please do not leave the session. We are about to start the next session. The speakers are already there. Please do not leave the session. Dr. Looney, you can put up the, yes, that's what, backdrop.
Hello, is somebody listening?
Hello, good evening, sir. Yes,
Yes, am I in the right place?
yes, you are the right place, sir. Good evening, sir. Very soon we are going to start the session, sir. Please give us 2 to 3 minutes.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Balram sir. Good evening, Malhotra sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good
Most
evening. Good evening.
welcome, sir.
Welcome.
Thank
Balram,
you.
where are you? Balram, where are you?
I am in the US.
Okay, me also. I just came back 10 days ago.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Of course, at this time we are at the same place. Thanks to AI.
Dr. Looney, you can start the
We
session.
can start. Okay, okay. So are we going to start the session? Am I audible, Dr. Bharati?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay, so let's start the session. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the technical session 7 of Equinox 2025 Annual International Conference. In this session, we have with us very esteemed speakers, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, founder of Infinity Foundation, Princeton, USA, Professor Narayanan Menon, Komerath, Taksha Institute, US, and Professor Subhash Kak, Oklahoma University. The session is chaired by well-known scientist, professor and director of Botulinum Research Center, Professor Bal Ram Singh. Before starting the session, let me introduce the chairperson, Professor Bal Ram Singh. Professor Bal Ram Singh, area of specialization is biophysical chemistry, biotechnology, protein chemistry, research on botulinum and tetanus neurotoxin, vaccines, antidotes, drug delivery, and also on yoga, mind, consciousness, along with Ayurvedic biotechnology of Bhasm herbal medicine. Sir has published 16 books and 400 articles. Sir is editor, associate editor of 4 journals, including Biochemical and Biophysical Research Reports, Ayurveda, Journal of Health, and International Journal of Indian Culture and Business Management. Sir is also the editor-in-chief of Vedic Waves, an online blog of the World Association of Vedic Studies. Sir has received many accolades till now of his career, more than 100 honors and awards. Among these, few are Chancellor's Innovative Teaching Award, UMass Dartmouth Awards, Scholar of the Year Award, Henry Dreyfus Teacher Scholar Award. We welcome you, sir, and we welcome all the speakers of this session and very much thankful for accepting our invitation. Uh, Over to our chairperson, Professor Balram Singh.
Right. Thank you very much. It's really great honor to have these speakers, especially on the topic that they have been speaking for a long time in various capacities. So I'm really very excited about this session. Please let me know if we need to start right away or you introduce these speakers yourself.
Okay, should I? Yes, sir. If you like to introduce the speaker, you may go ahead, or otherwise I will introduce.
Well, let me start, and then you can finish. You may have some more formal information on them.
Yes,
And the first speaker is, we are just going to go one by one. The first speaker is Rajiv Malhotra, who is an inspirational personality. He has been all the places. I mean, he was originally a businessman. Himself is a student of physics and computer science and business. And then he got a call of awakening. And then he started using all his knowledge and all his resources for the best of the people. and that he brought very many things in the West, which is the best of India. And he has been continuing with that process. So he's just not only somebody who is subject matter expert, but he is really a living figure of that kind. So I think it's wonderful to hear him, and a good friend also.
So before starting the session, let me introduce Mr. Rajiv Malhotra. Sir was trained initially as a physicist and as a computer scientist, specialized in artificial intelligence. After a successful corporate career in the United States of America, he became an entrepreneur and founded several IT companies in over 20 countries. Sorry. In the early 1990s, he has established a non-profit Infinity Foundation in Princeton, USA, through which he has on a full-time basis been researching civilization from a historical, social sciences and mind sciences perspective. He is also focusing on countering and correcting misrepresentation of Indian culture and advancing a dharmic perspective in contemporary discourse. His work has influenced numerous young intellectuals, scholars, and mainstreams Hindus worldwide by giving them framework to view the dharmic point of view in the contemporary context. His best-selling book includes Snakes in the Ganga, Breaking India to One Jat Caste, a primer on Indian social structures, and the battle for IITs, a defense of meritocracy. Welcome, sir, and eagerly waiting to listening you. Over to you, sir, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra.
Namaste, and thank you, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Bal Ram Singh, a very dear old friend. We've been on this journey together, and wonderful to see Narayanan also. We met in Trivandrum when he launched my book, the Malayalam translation of Breaking India by the governor, which was quite a wonderful experience to reconnect with old friends. And Subhash, another old friend, he will join us soon, I'm sure. I'm delighted to be here. This is at the invitation of Bal Ram Singh and Shashi Tiwari ji, both wonderful people and wonderful friends. So my AI journey started as a grad student in the early 70s when I switched from physics to computer science. In those days, there was no field, there was no industry called AI. It was more academic field of theoretical, speculation. There was no hardware available to do any of these things. And neural networks had not been proposed and invented, but the aspiration was there. So it was a lot of theoretical stuff and a lot of speculation, and I was into that. So then later I got into the practical side of computer science, into the tech side, in computer science, telecommunications, and so on. And then I left my corporate life and became an entrepreneur. And then I left that also. And so for 30 to 35 years, I've been working full time in the nonprofit sector, discovering myself, discovering the truth, trying to experiment and live the life that I should be living, and sharing my experiences with other people, other wonderful people like you. So about 14, 15 years ago, I started reconnecting with my AI background in my work, in my current work. And so about 10 years ago, I started writing about it. And it culminated in this book, Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Power, 5 battlegrounds. Now, before I move on to my talk, I'll tell you what the 5 battlegrounds are. I'll read on the back of the book are the 5 battlegrounds listed. So the first battleground is what it's doing to economy, industry, education, and jobs, how it is the new industrial revolution. Britain became a world power because of the industrial revolution. They electrified factories, and these electrified factories were able to outperform all the factories with manual labor. And the rest is all history. This is how they became a world power, with that one invention. And then France also copied that invention, but it was denied to the colonies. So France also had its own industrial revolution, and the two of them were at war with each other. They had a hot war and a cold war with each other. France and England were enemies, but they both went external, started getting colonies. So the British went and got British colonies, made a British empire. French got French colonies, made a French empire. They're fighting each other and also capturing colonies. The reason I give you this background is that now, as I've written here, now the new AI revolution is the industrial revolution. This AI is the new industrial revolution. What electricity did to industry and to the whole world economy and created haves and have-nots and colonizers colonized, AI is going to do the same. That's the argument I'm giving in this book. And what was the role of Britain and France as the two poles, the two fighters with each other and taking over the world? Now it is replaced by USA and China. So USA and China fighting each other and also taking over the world. There will be American colonies, direct or indirect, maybe not with actual troops on the ground, but indirectly controlled through AI and so on. And there'll be Chinese colonies, and they'll fight each other over colonies and so on. And this is not just sort of a sensational view, but I can substantiate this view. So the ability of India to resist becoming another colony, and whether it's a Chinese colony or an American colony or whoever colony, is getting dimmer and dimmer, because we are more than a decade behind China and USA in the technology. And so we can license the technology, they can put sanctions and stop it from coming. We can supply them with labor. The labor, even the British turned us into Shudras. The Indians became Shudras, doing manual labor for them. Rather than our own R&D, we did not own our own IP. Previously, we were the IP exporters. At one time, we were the IP exporters. And now we became dependent on IP. Whoever licenses us on whatever terms, to whatever extent they license us. So India has become like that already. If you look at the defense sector, India depends on 5 countries to defend itself. It gets weapons from Russia, from France, from Britain, from United States, and from Israel. So you cannot say we are a superpower if to defend your sovereignty, you need 5 countries to supply you with weapons. This is not an easy thing you can solve. And now AI has taken this to another level. And AI is not just a little bit here and there. You can put some drones and whatnot. I'm going to explain to you why it's very difficult for India to catch up with this AI race at this time. Not impossible, but they really need to get their act together, and they are not listening. People are just doing what is popular, platitudes and so on won't work. So AI requires these NVIDIA type GPUs, huge GPUs that cost $100,000 each. And we don't have, our entire semiconductor is very rudimentary. And even the plans are if you look at nanometers, the plans are not that sophisticated. And so by the time we catch up by the time we do this basic low level semiconductors, the world is moving even faster and towards quantum computing. So we are nowhere close to that. So that's the hardware side. Then the second part is the software side. We don't have our own LLM. We don't have our own. We were told that India is the software superpower and whatnot, and China is not. And we were told things like, we are the software superpower, they are the hardware superpower. Well, then how do they get ahead in AI? AI is in AI software. And how did they get ahead in having all these platforms and their own large language models? And they have all these, they're competitor to all the US tech industry. And we don't, because we became clients of Americans and China became competitors of Americans. And so we rented our brains, our H-1B people were being rented out for the Americans to have Make in America. And we thought Make in America with our brains is going to give us take us forward. And now we are at the mercy of Americans. They can kick us out if they want. Or, even if we keep working there, it's counterproductive because we're not developing our own technology. We are serving somebody else and making them richer and more powerful over us. So that's the second part, the software. The first is the hardware. We are behind. Second, the software. We have the best engineers in the world. We have the largest army of AI engineers in the world. I've said this to all kind of people in Delhi also. But we are not using them for our own technology, where we would own the IP. We are renting them out, and we're dependent on that. for getting the money out of it. The third thing I think most Indian people in this field have not even understood, and that is the amount of electric energy needed to run AI. The amount of electricity needed to run AI is so massive, that the US power grid is failing. And the US power grid is many times the size of the Indian power grid. So you can imagine how much energy would be needed, and India is energy poor. So in the United States, they are estimating that in the next 10 years, the amount of electricity the Americans will need has to multiply between 5 and 10 times. And I repeat, the amount of electricity the United States needs has to multiply 5 to 10 times to meet the demand of AI. Okay, so rather than putting this much demand on the public grid, they are putting private small nuclear reactors where the data centers are. Facebook just recently bought some 30,000 acres or whatever, some huge amount of land in the desert, in the California, in the Nevada, Arizona desert area, and they've contracted with small nuclear power companies to put up multiple redundant nuclear plants. So they have nothing to do with the power grid. And why is Trump done a deal with the Saudis and UAE kind of people, Qataris and all that, with $1.5 trillion investment from those oil-rich countries? It's because they want to put up massive data centers in the desert, fueled with the electricity from the Arabs. So the Arabs are going to supply the electricity. The Americans are going to supply the hardware, the GPUs and the software, and they're going to run AI as AI is becoming SaaS. It will be a service online, without which you won't be able to run competitive factories, competitive all kind of things. So if you accept the premise that AI is like electricity was for the previous revolution, industrial revolution, then those who don't have it and are not using it will lag behind. And so if that is the case, India needs to be a user, and India will not be able to be its own domestic producer because we don't have the hardware, we don't have the software, we've rented our brains to other people, and we don't have the electricity. India's electric grid would have to grow 10 times, 20 times what it is in order to have the electricity to run those data centers. So what will happen is we will become a client of the Arabs. They will have the America will own the intellectual property, and they will put their export version. Domestic version, America wants to be self-sufficient, do not want supply chains from anywhere else. So it will be all American companies based in America with American hardware, American software, and American energy. That will be for domestic consumption, so the country is safe from foreign supply chains. But as far as exporting is concerned, the algorithms will be American. The open source is a very tempting way to attract everybody to come and join you, and you think you're getting something for free, which is kind of a trap, because open source means you don't develop your own, you are not free, and you are always vulnerable to the other side and under what terms they give you and whatnot. So this business of American controlled open source, and open source is never frozen. You can take it over right now, but you will lag behind because you don't have the ability to enhance it. If you take open source technology, the other side that has developed it is going on enhancing it, and you'll keep having to get the updated version. Okay, so which we are not able to do. So we're going to be trapped with the American GPUs, hardware supplier, the American software suppliers in the form of open source or whatever. And this service we were going to get from the Arabs, because they'll run all this stuff for the non-American export market. So this is the future as I see it. And this is, we have to understand what it is and see, then look at democracy, whether it's viable, what is happening to democracy. So let me put that aside, because my time is very short, and this is like enough to spend a whole day on a workshop to discuss this, and I wish we could have that much time. But now let me talk about democracy, and then I'll put the two together. So first of all, in traditional Indian society, the Rashtra was not a democracy. Rashtra was not a democracy. The Rashtra was more Raja oriented, and this Raja was not democratically elected. Okay. And the role, if you look at the Varna system, it is the Kshatriya Varna that are to govern the society. That are the politicians and the rulers and things of that sort. The Vaishyas and Brahmins and Shudras are not supposed to be involved in politics. So it is not a democracy where everybody has equal rights and whether you are a Vaishya, Shudra, Kshatriya, Brahmin, you all have equal rights to join and become elected and to vote. That is not how it was. The Varna system does not say that. Be very clear. So we keep talking about how we are this democracy and all that. But the fact is that the Rashtra, and that's the first name of the RSS, the Rashtra. I mean, the Rashtra is not a democracy in the Indian system. Now I'm going to throw you a, and by the way, the Indian Constitution, which is given us all this democracy, is 75 to 80% of it is British document written in the 1930s by the British on how to rule India. And the Indians, so-called fathers of our democracy and founders of the Constitution, did a copy-paste jugaad with that, made a few changes, and called it our Constitution, and we celebrate it. But it is not, they did not start at square one on a clean slate and say, okay, let's look at our Vedic sources. Let's look at our Dharma Shastras. Let's look at our Artha Shastras. And let's come up with a way of governance according to the Indian method. They did not do that. That jugaad, substituting for original research, is the curse that India has. Even now, we have one of the lowest per capita, I mean, one of the lowest percent of GDP spent on R&D compared to all the modern societies. And I face this because whatever original work I do, people want to plagiarize it and spin it as, you know, all these influencers on YouTube, copying the same idea because they don't want to, they're too lazy, they're too tamasic to do their own work. So I face plagiarism, and India is full of the plagiarism because it is considered the open source mil raha hai, mufat ka mil raha hai. We're getting something for free. We take it. So everybody is into this very short-term, short-sighted, selfish jugaad is ruining society. India is paying the price for it. So the whole Rashtra idea focused on the Brahmin as the IP people, leading cutting-edge IP people. The reason they were so successful is they did not get into business and they did not get into politics. They focused on that. And now everybody is trying to do everything, and that is the khichdi that democracy has created for us. So this is a important bombshell I want to deliver here, and I'm happy to take questions if you disagree with me. That traditional Indian society was not the way the modern democracy and constitution are set up today, and there are problems it is causing. Okay, because it is basically we are neither here nor there. We don't have the work ethic of Westerners in their democracy, and we are not pushing the Brahmins to be the R&D champions of the world and be the best R&D in the world. And we've got the Brahmins on rent. We've rented out the Brahmins on these H1B and stuff like that. Okay, Brahmin, you go work for outsourcing something and bring some money. Turn the Brahmins into some kind of Shudras, or you can call them Shudras, or those who are high up, you can call them Vaishyas. But they're not the keepers of Indian IP. Okay, today. The second bombshell I want to drop is probably even going to get more of you upset, but I want to say this. The Communist Party of China is about 100 million people. That's a lot of people. 100 million members. That's like, let's say, almost 10% of China's population, or of certainly China's adult population. So out of every 10 Chinese adults, one is a member of the CCP. Now, the CCP is a democracy internally. They have elections internally. They have elections from the tiniest village level. They elect somebody to be the CCP person among the CCP members. It is not a popular election among the public. They don't believe in universal franchise that everybody above a certain age will vote. Only the members of the CCP vote internally. Okay, so think of it this way. Think of it this way, that they are the Kshatriyas. They have decided that CCP plays the role of governance, which in our country is supposed to be Kshatriyas. So not everybody is supposed to be a Kshatriya in our country, in India. Not everybody is supposed to be a Kshatriya. So why is everybody supposed to vote? Who the hell are they? How much knowledge do they have? Do they have expertise to vote? Are they qualified to vote? Or are they just a bunch of emotional people who just want to have an opinion? Everybody has an opinion on everything in India. Okay. And so everybody go around voting. And so the politicians have to go placate and make happy, or every Tom, Dick and Harry, keep him happy so that he'll vote for you. And this is how the standard is very low, because you have to cater to the average public. And the average public is not a subject matter expert on governance. And so it's like the public deciding on the cricket team. And they have no expertise. I mean, you would have a lousy cricket team. You need people who are experts in that domain. Okay, so in your company, in your business, it's not some general public who vote and or even the shareholders vote to get the management have been elected by the people who are stakeholders, correct, and then the management run it top down. They don't the factory guy who's going to be running the factory is not somebody. The workers in the factory do not elect the leader. It is appointed. So the Kshatriya system would be something similar. It would be closer to the Communist Party of China. So the bombshell I'm dropping is that the Communist Party of China resembles more like a Rashtra Kshatriyata, because think of them as the Kshatriya people, and they are running the country. And they internally have a democracy. They are electing new Kshatriyas. The Kshatriyas, 100 million of them, have their own system of voting internally on who gets to represent this village or this district and who represents at the highest level, who the Politburo is elected, and the Politburo elects the President Xi and people like that. So if you think about it, you cannot say China is a dictatorship, because dictatorship means like President Xi took power with force. He got elected by 100 million people. I mean, that's a lot of people. So you cannot just trivialize this. They are participating in electing their government, but only those who are the Kshatriyas are qualified to do so. Not everybody has a right to vote, because everybody is unqualified. Like you wouldn't have your cricket team being elected by all the fans out there who don't know a darn thing. So I would say that they have a better system. Because they are not, the other 90% of the adults are not into Kshatriyata. Some are Vaishyas, they're supposed to go out and make money and have industry. Some are research scientists, they are the Brahmins. And they're told you stay out of this governance, because that belongs to the Kshatriyas, the CCP, and everybody will be happy. So in a sense, they've got something similar to the Varna system in practice. And people don't want to admit it. And so this is something I want people to at least think about. Now, the dharma, our dharma has codified rules. I mean, there are the Dharma Shastra. There are rules like that, and it is not that people voted and decided. They did not elect Manu or any of these guys by some vote fellow. So the thing is that the rules running society can be tough in China. It can be tough. You make a short-term sacrifice for the long-term benefit. You make a localized sacrifice of a local community for the general good. These are tough. They are not popular. And you'll never get elected if you have to, if you're dependent on people's opinion and people's emotions, you'll never get elected. So that's the problem of the democracy we have. Without even AI coming into the picture. I'll bring that in a moment, okay? But without even AI coming into the picture, if you look at 15 years ago, India and China had the same GDP, per capita income, a lot of unemployed people, a lot of uneducated people. I would say more like 20 years ago. India and China had similar statistics. Now look where is China and look where is India. Okay, India is nowhere close to China. We keep talking about, oh, they'll fall apart because they don't believe in freedom. That's all BS. It's all BS. It's because, losers are whining and complaining, and we want some pat on the back that, oh, we have more freedom. I can, I don't think that would be another discussion on whether Indians really have more freedom. It would be another discussion. And we would have to discuss what is meant by freedom. What are your benchmarks and criteria for freedom? Okay. And what is the kind of freedom that you really need? And what is the kind of freedom that is useful to you personally in the long run and to society? And I don't think that you could argue that the Indian experiment has been superior because we got more freedom and, they lost their freedom and they're ahead of us and they could even come and rule us and conquer us and defeat us and, whatnot. So I would say that we have to rethink. And the problem I face is nobody wants to even listen to this. What freedom? We don't have the freedom for a guy like me to go and have a meeting in ORF or Niti Aayog or talk to some minister of some AI. They don't want to talk about this. They just want to go around saying, we are great and we have got this scheme and that scheme. But if you really nitpick and you really want to participate constructively, usefully, in a positive way, and give them inputs which is contrary to their thinking, contrary to the easy way, they're not interested. So that is, and this is not Modi's fault, by the way. He's a brilliant guy. I have a lot of respect for him. He's the best PM we've ever had. And I think we wish him well, but it's not a one-man issue. This is where you need a whole society, the whole bureaucracy. And if it's a democracy, then the public has to be awakened and elect the right kind of people. So, China is run by engineers. The majority of the CCP are technocrats. This is very interesting. They understand AI. The average MP in India doesn't know a darn thing. You try and talk to him, he'll give you some poetry, some, flana, blana, he'll talk BS. But he doesn't really understand all this. He's there because that's what democracy produces. It produces people who can get the vote from the average guy, and the average guy doesn't care about all this. The China is run by engineers. Okay. Now let's look at others. America is run by politicians, lawyers. American, most of them are lawyers. So you have engineering driven versus lawyer driven. So what do you get in that? Okay, and then you could say that Saudi Arabia is run by sheikhs, some sheikhs. Okay, whatever they are. Pakistan is run by terrorists. I would say Pakistan is run by terrorists. Most of these guys. Okay. So who runs India? I did a poll. They're saying who runs India? I did a poll like that. So there are interesting answers, like somebody said a bunch of crooks run India, criminals, I don't know. I mean, I'm just telling you. So then somebody said that these people who know how to emotionally arouse and manipulate you, they're running India. Somebody said Bhagwan runs India, God runs India. And somebody said nobody runs India. So whatever you believe, this takes us to the AI issue. The AI is going to have a very strong instrumental role in running society. Instrumental role. It's the instrument through which policies are going to be implemented. You're going to be measured, evaluated, surveillance. You'll be getting scored of what you've done, whether you're a good person, bad person. Like we have credit rating, okay, for banking purposes, and airlines give us a rating based on how many miles you got and how good a customer you are. Even private companies give you some scores for being a good customer. These are all rating systems. And then there is ESG rating on how good a corporate citizen a company is based on energy, whether it's good for the environment and whatnot. And this DEI rating, whether they're hiring quotas, minority people. So, we think we don't have an overall social rating of society of people like China does because they are communist and they're doing it to control their society and we are not. But that's bullshit because we do have many ratings. And I can be turned down by my local bank, Chase Bank has turned me down in some situations because their DEI rating did not like me. Their DEI rating thinks I'm a bad guy because some Al Jazeera journalist wrote a bad article about me that I'm backing killing of Muslims in India. I don't know how the hell they got this nonsense, but they listed a Hindu American Foundation and me and this one and that one, all kind of Hindu groups here. They listed as people who are aligned with the RSS, and RSS is the most biggest fascist whatnot, and they're killing Muslims, blah, blah, blah. And so therefore their DEI rating of all these American entities ought to be very negative, and I got listed as one of them. And believe me or not, I was told by Chase Bank, largest bank, that, whatever, I won't go into details because I'm fighting them. But this is when you say we are a free country, we are a democracy, bullshit. We are being rated. There is all this surveillance. There is no appeal method. There is no democratic appeal I could go to and say, I challenge that Al Jazeera guy. Why the hell are you listening to him? They're listening to him because their own DEI HR department has DEI people. And these DEI people are generally leftist Muslims. Those kind of people have put their people in. So it's all manipulated. Even the idea of free speech, who gets to speak and who's cancelled at Harvard is not free speech. And my ability to go to Niti Aayog and to go to a minister or somewhere and speak there is not there anymore. I'm cancelled out. So this business that democracies, while we are suffering from competitiveness and others are doing better than us, but thank God we are more free, also nonsense. I don't buy that. So I think that AI will amplify the power of those who control this AI. So in the United States, it's oligarchs. It's a few, Elon Musk and whatever, 5, 10, 15 people who can control the algorithm, control the values by controlling the training method, the training data, the data sets used for training, and ultimately they can put the setting to allow or not allow and so on. And in India, we don't even have Indian oligarchs because we don't have our Reliance people and Narayan Murthy people and Bajaj people and all these people sold out. We sold out to the Americans. So we are even worse. We're not only controlled by the oligarchs, but these oligarchs are foreign oligarchs. They're not even our own oligarchs. Okay, it's not even that hamare apne oligarchs who are accountable in India, at least we have some control over them. It's not that they are going to run the show. They are at the mercy of these algorithms that are come from somewhere else. So it's a pretty bad situation for India, for democracies in general, and for Indian democracy in particular. Now, my foundation, I won't disclose details, but my foundation is doing something about it. We are Chota Mota Foundation. In the next 12 months, we are going to come up with we've been working on this for 3 years, but our goal is in the next 12 months, with whatever limited resources we have, we are going to come out with a revolutionary application of AI to counter much of this. First, we are going to use it ourselves, and I'm the guinea pig. That using it on. I'm developing it with my team, and if it is successful, then we license it to other people in India. So I think my time has run out. I have spoken for half an hour. Thank you very much, and I hope I haven't upset too many people. But I'm happy to be in the firing line and get bullets coming my way. Thank you so much. Namaste, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you. As usual, you are going to rake up a lot of issues, which I think is a good thing. Good thing for AI to consider. But are there any questions? Or any?
Yes,
There is
let me-
someone raised hands. Ayuna, please.
Good evening,
Go ahead.
sir. Sir, I would
Yeah.
like to know your views about the very recent assassination of Charlie Kirk. Just happened around 12 hours ago.
Well, it's terrible that it happened. Okay, it's terrible. This is not the way to settle things. However, when people say that he was a victim of people who are unable to put up with his views because he's a right-wing conservative, the good thing about him was that he wanted to debate opponents. He would go around from campus to campus and debate opponents. I wish I had the opportunity. I thought about it, but didn't get around to it. I wish I had the opportunity to face have debates with him, because here is a guy, I agree with him on a lot of things, on sealing the border, on all kind of fighting DEI, I agree with him. But I also disagree on his positions on India and his very shallow, very limited, boxed-in position that some other. So there's now an echo chamber of these very ultra-right, these Trump MAGA people, a few of them, not all of them, but a few of them who are important. Okay, so Steve Bannon is one of them, and this Kirk was one of them, and there is a few others, Ingram. So they have come up with their own little echo chamber of very anti-India, anti-Hindu, those kind of things, which is, I think, based on false premises. But because they're an echo chamber, and none of our people have gone in. I went in to talk to the leading think tank, the leading conservative think tank. I don't want to name because we're in discussion with them in Washington. It's not the Heritage; it's a different group. They have supplied 88 employees to the White House, 88 employees to the White House, including some cabinet people. They have supplied from their think tank. And they claim that their policies are the ones that have been implemented. All these are their policies, a lot of their policies. So I went and met some of the directors there to open this conversation. And actually, they were quite open to it. They were they wanted to have more discussions with us. And they said that, but the point is, they said nobody from India has ever come before. None of your embassy people came. Nobody came here to talk to us. But a lot of Pakistanis coming all the time. Pakistanis have put their employees, the young people, into the American think tanks in Washington. They've infiltrated the think tanks. They've gone to congressmen and senators and given them employees to be the experts. And those people are American products, next generation young American products, groomed by the Islamic lobby and Pakistanis, and infiltrating Washington all the time. We don't have those people. Our, Khande Rao type, he's a very nice guy, RSS here, and I'm just saying as a friend of his. They are no match. They have no skill of how you function inside this machinery. No skill. You can stand out and talk to them from outside the fortress, but you need people who are inside. We don't have that. We have nobody. So I try to go inside, and they hosted me for a whole day. I just met them casually at a Republican kind of meeting of people at the Capitol Hill Club dinner. And we were the only people, Indians on the table. Out of all these hundreds of tables, we were the only Indian table. Nobody else wanted to put up the money, what it takes, unless you get pictures and show off. We did that just for no reason, just to be there. And we were picked up and invited. Next day, you change your train schedule and spend time with us because we want to talk to you. So we stayed over an extra day just to talk to these people, and they went on for quite a while. And I was shocked that at hearing from them that, or the type of things I was telling them, they never heard before. Nobody had come there and told them about it. So I think the Charlie Kirk's type of people have not been engaged by our people enough. And I have not had the bandwidth. I used to go around everywhere and argue, everywhere, you guys know that. But now I'm getting old. I turned 75 and I have to worry about other things, my health and all that. And also, I have to finish my book. So I'm not out there talking to these people. And this is not social media fighting. The Jai Shankar fighting in social media is counterproductive. This is private discussions. And these people privately have not been approached enough by us. Hiring a PR firm, which is what India has done, is okay. It's to react to is necessary. But you need a longer term view with your own people inside in these organizations. And those people have to be properly trained. And you have to put them into the American administration, regardless of whether it's Democrats or Republicans. The bureaucrats, the think tanks are long term. And India has not invested in that. So that's what Charlie Kirk, the whole thing tells me that we have to fix. But it's a tragedy what happened.
So there is one more question. I think maybe quick question and quick answer, and then we will move on. And I agree with Rajiv that this would be the whole day's discussion about this.
Good evening. This is Gopi here. I just wanted to ask, just a few clarifications. You have used a lot of metaphor of Kshatriya and caste structure in your discourse, and particularly in trying to understand or in your understanding of democracy. Now, I just want to know two questions. One, uh, why is it that you use that metaphor to explain democracy or to critique it, whatever you say? And secondly, am I right in understanding that there is a kind of a assumption, or there's a belief that we need to follow the Dharam Shastra, which are saying, which is true, but without is it wrong to, is it what I'm saying, is it, in your view, is it all right to accept them as words on stone and not critically look at them and adapt them to the contemporary situation and then use them?
So let me answer the question. First of
Yeah.
all, the Dharma Shastras themselves say that they are not cast in stone. Manu himself says that the dharma is context sensitive. It is not Shruti, it is Smriti. The Shruti is eternal, but the Smriti, Dharma Shastras are Smriti, that is contextual for time and place. So the laziness of our modern leaders, the gurus and political leaders and Brahmins and whatever you want to call, the laziness is we have not created smritis for today. Our constitution should have been a fresh smriti. Okay, a fresh Dharma Shastra, not taking Manusmriti and applying it. We do not have the 10 commandments and God gave these frozen rules and you can't amend them. We are supposed to amend them. Okay, the Smritis are supposed to be updated. I've been talking about this for 30 years that we need to write new Smritis for today. And our leaders who have the resources and the credibility and clout have not created fresh Smritis. So an Indian constitution should have been a fresh Smriti, neither copycatting the British document nor copycatting Manusmriti. So I hope that puts you at ease. I'm not promoting the old Dharma Shastras to be copycatted. Old were done in their era, in their time and place, and we have to take stock today and do it. So the reason I use the word Kshatriya is as a general category of governance. The general idea, what I'm using from the past is that not everybody in society should be involved in the governance. Like R&D people are specialized, corporate people are specialists. So there are specialists in governance. and they have to be trained, they have to be raised, they have to have a certain attitude. So the Communist Party of China gives me an example of how a very large 100 million people who are involved in the Chinese Kshatriyas in the governance of China, they teach courses, they go to colleges and they have courses on Kshatriyata, Chinese Kshatriyata, and they build the best, they take the best students and recruit those students, like tech people recruit tech students, they recruit Kshatriya students from China, and these people are selected on merit. And then internally within this 100 million population, it's the largest, organized group like that in the world of any kind. They have an internal democracy. This is something Indians don't understand, have not wanted to take stock. CCP is internally a democracy, not externally with respect to the rest of China, but internally they vote and they elect people at different levels of the CCP, right up to the Politburo, and then the head is elected bottom up. So that is what I'm talking about, and I'm calling that Kshatriyata. I'm using it as a category of people in society based on gunas, based on merit, not based on birth, by the way. The Kshatriyata and the Brahmin and all that, they are not birth-based in our society. They're based on merit, on your gunas and your karma and your qualities. So that kind of the social capital of people who are disposed for political leadership is what I'm calling Kshatriyata. But
Thank
good
you.
question.
Thank you. Just all I wanted to just say was that one needs to be very careful in using these metaphors because there's a lot complexity of lot involved in caste. So I just feel that one should be
No,
very careful to use that.
I understand, but I'm not afraid of controversy.
No, it's not
I
about
think,
controversy. It's about
no, wait a second, let me tell you. I have a 100-page book called Varna Jati Caste. I take a lot of effort to explain all this stuff. So I have a 100-page book. It is not one of my 1,000-page books and all that. It's a 100-page book. You can download it. I can send it to you free of charge. You
I
just
will
tell me where
certainly
you
read
want.
it. I would love to read.
I would like you to read that book where I'm explaining my categories, the way I use them, and I have a right to use my categories provided I've defined them. And you can take
Perfect.
shortcuts. I have
Absolutely,
no problem.
absolutely. I just wanted to say that it has implicit a whole lot of inequalities and hierarchies, so one has to be very careful. So I would
Right.
definitely read your book.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Okay, we need.
when Varna Jati collapsed into caste, it created problems. So I'm
Yeah.
anti-caste, and I have an idea of Varna Jati, which is very different from caste, which is non-hierarchical. In fact, it is non-hierarchical in the sense that Brahmins are not allowed to own wealth and they're not allowed to have political power. So what kind of hierarchy? How can you say Brahmins are running society? Brahmins are for ritual purposes and for research purposes and interpretation of text, but they're not interpreting the text does not mean that they have the machinery of power in their hands. They have to interpret the text as theoreticians, as for the political thinkers, but they are not allowed to have power in their hands. So this hierarchy business is when they got collapsed into a caste structure with a hierarchy. I
I'll
differentiate
certainly
that.
read your book. Thank you so much. I'll definitely read your
Thank
book.
you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. We need to move on. I'm sorry there is
Yes.
a question, but maybe please write in the chat box, and maybe Rajiv will reply in the chat box. But we
Thank
move
you so
on.
much. Thank you. I have to leave, and I really thank you for this opportunity. Namaste, all of you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Rajiv.
so much, sir.
So we move on to next speaker.
Moving to our next speaker, Professor Narayanan Menon Komerath. Dr. Komerath did his BTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai, India, and an MSAE and PhD in Aeronautical Engineering from the Georgia Institute of Technology, Atlanta. Komerath guided 21 PhD, 75 MS students, and more than 250 undergraduate researchers. He directed the John J. Harper Wind Tunnel at Georgia Tech from 1990 through 2019, augmenting experimental aerodynamics into an advanced concept group and cross-disciplinary learning environment. He led Extrovert, a NASA project to demonstrate cross-discipline innovation through rigorous basic learning. The diverse knowledge of Sir can be seen in his books Sanatana Dharma, Introduction to Hinduism, Logic of Jet Propulsion and Jet Engine, Digital Twin, Components and Concept. We welcome you, sir, and waiting for your this session. Over to you, sir. Professor Narayanan.
Oops. What happened? Okay.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He's going to
Okay,
use slides.
I am Narayanan Komerath. Thanks to Professor Shashi Tiwari, Brototi Roy, and the Honorable Principal of Maitreya College for guiding me to this excellent session at this excellent conference. I feel like a child presenting to my gurus. I have 4 points. The first is on the urgency of Atmanirbhar for survival and advancement of Bharatiya society. Second, how to make the impact of artificial intelligence effective, positive. This is in the context of jet engines that I'll be talking about. The third is what little I'm doing about all these things. And my last point is my experience, which I would like to share with cross-discipline learning. In my opinion, AI can shift Bharat from trying to compete on low cost and dismally low wages and a declining rupee value, which is outrageously low, to competing on top quality, like in ancient times when Indian science and technology and unique products drove the world's leading economy. Flashback 60 years to September 1965. India was at war. The newspapers were full of pages and pages of names of people who had been killed, soldiers who had been killed. In that one decade, India faced 6 wars, famine every 2 years, shortage of energy, shortage of food, shortage of foreign exchange. My parents' generation rejected the pressure from the US administration of that time, who used food aid, the PL 480, Public Law 480, food aid to India, to try to arm twist India to give up Jammu Kashmir to the genocidal enemies. Instead, my parents and that generation went hungry. They chose to go hungry. They rejected that pressure. Inside 15 years, India became a net food exporter. So the expectations of today's generation cannot be any lower than that. Yet in that decade came India's first nuclear plant. India designed, manufactured, deployed, and used aircraft that won wars. Both the Indian Air Force and Indian Airlines used the HS-748 aircraft built in India, passenger aircraft built in India, or the cargo version. The Indian taxpayer sacrificed. How much did they sacrifice? To invest in excellence. Through the Institutes of Technology Act, I received that generosity. The fees in the IIT were 25 rupees per semester, and many of us found it difficult to pay that. We had not even heard about these tuition conglomerates that today dominate entrance to India's top higher education institutes. I think that is disgusting. That's a disgrace. Yet, when we graduated, the education that they gave us then, we found that we were quite comfortable with the very best in the world. In the 1960s, India designed and developed one of the world's first supersonic jet fighters. Few people today may know this. It was better than anything else that was coming out at that time. But it could have gone twice the speed of sound as designed, but building a suitable jet engine or getting one from abroad proved too difficult. And we'll go into why that is so. So the HF-24 was repurposed. It was still built. It did shoot down advanced aircraft in war, but it really proved its worth attacking ground targets, such as at the Battle of Longewala, which is featured in the movie Border. So what is so difficult about a jet engine? They all look alike. The appearance has changed little over the decades. And India has built jet engines since 1956, believe it or not. That is starting in the pre-Narayanan epoch of ancient history. Koraput and Bangalore, thousands of engines under license. At Bangalore, the engine factory in 1977, as an undergraduate, I asked, look at these fabulous turbine blades that you're making. So we can learn the same and build the HF-24's engines, right? They said, child, we are only allowed to manufacture what is on this blueprint. We cannot deviate 1 micron. We cannot transfer it to anybody. We cannot copy it. That is the reality of technology transfer, TOT. So this chart will take some time to digest, but you can see it on YouTube eventually. The turbine entry temperature, TET, is a technological Himalaya, like the Kailash range of jet engines. The higher the value that you can reach means the difference between life and death. No other way to put it. It's like Moore's law for jet engines. I mean, Moore's law is for computers, and this is for jet engines, but it's very, very, very slow. The TET rises by about 200 degrees Celsius every decade. The best are now over 2,600 degrees Kelvin, 2,600 Kelvins, 2,300 degrees Celsius. They can reach 3,000 Kelvin, I think, without going to fuels that are totally, totally different. Some of the best research for this is done at IIT Madras. Where do you think I got this 2,600 number? And in other places too. On every aircraft inducted into the Indian Air Force, except for the MiG-21, I think. The engine had been flying in its homeland for at least 30 years. Most of the recent ones obey that. So it is at least, at best, 30-year-old technology. That gulf is widening today. And why is that so? There are only 5 nations that build their own innovative engines from scratch. What is common to all these? They have each lost over 100,000 people, pilots, crew members, to military air crashes. Other countries have lost millions because they could not have good fighter planes. And they could not defend their airspace. So this is burned into their DNA. They know very well the consequence of not having air superiority, of not being able to defend your own airspace. They have no illusions about this. Back in the early 1990s, General Electric Corporation, GE, set up the Jack E. Welch Research Center in White Plains, Bengaluru. People in the United States asked GE executives about this. They said, are you guys crazy? Give this to do your research in India? And they laughed. They said, we're not stupid. We will never give away our crown jewels. You can be sure of that. The International Trafficking in Arms, ITAR, rules in the United States impose very tough deterrents for anyone who feels tempted to sell such technology. 40 years in jail, rest of your life. So what about all these deals that we read about? XYZ has now agreed after 20 years of negotiation to set up Indian manufacture of their engine, old engine, with, let's say, 75% technology transfer. I asked some IIT students what that meant. Which 75% do you think? And they burst out laughing. Abhimanyu in the Mahabharatam got 99.9% technology transfer on the Chakravyuham technology, remember? Only the exit strategy was not given to him. What's the big deal? And TOT comes with your promise to kill any of your own indigenous R&D that might go the same path, might discover how to make the same things yourself. That would be copying, forbidden, unless you're China. So TOT is a killer. Unless you learn yourself, you will not be able to move beyond. I will just leave this slide here for you to read. This is what I call the Somanath syndrome. Indians today go around tom-tomming, look, we have mountains of gold. We are the 4th largest economy, $4 trillion, $700 billion in foreign exchange reserves. In the West, maybe starting from Russia, there is a saying, the wolf is always at the door, preparing to loot and commit genocide. You know that. Now, Gautam Adani is the one who's saying this, but I think the problem is actually, I mean, he's talking about hardware, but I'm talking about software. And I think the problem is worse in software, believe it or not. India is a software capital, right? No, wrong. Indians abroad write the world's best computer codes in technology. Indians in Bharat sit around saying, we are getting this stuff free only. Why you want to do all this code development? We can get everything for free. Or we can buy it licensed. We are rich enough. It's fourth largest economy. So the refined question on jet engines is how to assure a mean time between failures of, say, 10,000 hours of when operating at the edge of performance. You cannot prove 10,000 hours MTBF if you build only one engine or 6 engines or 10 engines. I think Indian politicians, at least once some time back, needed to understand that. I think the new ones do, the modern ones do, and high time. You need thousands. How are you going to justify building thousands of engines? You know how much an engine costs. The imported ones are now being signed off at 55 crores per engine and on an order of 1,500 with more to come. This is your taxpayer money. It's going to be used to develop the next set to maybe sell to Pakistan. Think about that. So the distinguishing feature of aerospace engineering is that it is an eternal search for the truth. How to go into the far out unknown, where no one has ever been. And everyone says you can never go. We always build the theoretical basis to link reality to the basic laws of physics through mathematics. That is the only things we can be sure of. That is the only satyam, unless somebody changes those. Compromise is death. In this, you cannot afford compromise. That is the distinguishing feature of what you call rocket scientists. They don't take anything else. When deep space missions were sent out, like, there are some flying around after 60 years, they've gone past the solar system now. They had to have, engineers needed a way of dealing with surprises. I mean, the whole point of sending out a long-range mission was to find surprises, find things that you did not expect. So system on the ground was essential to say, aha, this must be what my long-lost twin brother must be seeing. Those analog twins preceded today's digital twin. A digital twin is just a computer program. Well, not just. Very massive set of computer programs and sensors and whatever that simulates performance and failures of a physical system such as a jet engine to increasingly higher fidelity. When it starts out, it need not be totally accurate, but as it talks to the real thing, its accuracy improves. That's the beauty of it. The DT prototype comes before building the real thing. A DT is supplied with each item built. That was what somebody told me when I said, why don't we do DTs? He said, why you want to do that? General Electric gives you a DT with every engine built. Yeah, right. The DT with each item keeps talking to the physical twin and sends data on its performance back to mother. Like, mother, my twin is coughing. I think she has swallowed a bird. Example. The third is at the mother company, the archival version that stores all the data and helps to analyze the data in order to develop the next generation, continuous improvement, next gen system, using your money to sell to your adversaries to kill you, unless you do it yourself. Now, other nations will soon require a digital twin with every machine, not just jet engines sold in their country, because they have figured this. I actually know this for a fact. I cannot tell you why, but they actually require a digital twin with practically every research project. So if you don't learn to do this, you're soon going to be banned from exporting anything to them. This is the latest scam. Like, remember ISO 9000. If you don't have ISO 9000 or 9002, you cannot sell in Europe. If you don't have efficient manufacturing, you cannot sell. If you don't have carbon-free this, that, you cannot sell. If you use sand to make molds, you cannot sell. Of course, you can buy training on their DT modules with their language to perpetuate your slavery. Until fairly recently, we had to make hand drawings. When the drawing was done, somebody would draw it in India ink, the blackest ink possible, then take a blueprint which went to the shop floor. This would take weeks. To change anything, you had to redraw and get the change approved. On any big system like an engine or an airplane, there are literally thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of drawings. Okay, and somebody has to keep track of all these things, and every change is a big, big nightmare. Then came two-dimensional computer-aided drafting to save effort. Recently, fully three-dimensional design from the start. And I find it very difficult to understand this, but I'm sure an 8-year-old would have no difficulty at all because it would be natural to them. The 3D model can check fit and interference and movement, calculate properties, analyze strength, even do dynamics. Some of this is taught in Indian colleges, but again with imported software. They don't want to bother to learn the free open source software that is there. It's like, why you want to do that? We can get a license for Fusion 360. Why you want to do, FreeCAD? I have seen maybe 1 or 2 students from Indian universities. I've not seen a whole lot. They don't let me loose a lot these days, remember. I've only seen 1 or 2 who could do anything useful, and they were extremely good because they had never had to do meaningful assignments. They learned these things in classes, but only a few ever used them. Industry experts run dynamic simulations using very expensive software written by Indians abroad. I actually had an undergraduate in India allow us to use one of those things. He said, oh, they use this in my workplace, you can use this. He had no clue what it was for. He didn't know what the red and the green and everything is, a stress analysis. But he could type it on and use it. So generative engineering is the next step. An engineer makes one model, 3D model. AI, artificial intelligence, generates thousands of models that satisfy the same constraints. Does the optimization, says, this is better than that. I mean, these are the best 3 of the 10. Give it to the engineer and say, okay, you pick now, which do you want? Imagine that. So what goes into a jet engine digital twin? It's very daunting, no doubt about it, but you got to start somewhere. The foundation is taught in undergraduate propulsion courses. This is all I know really. The laws of physics, thermodynamics, chemistry, mathematics. From the top end, if you can get existing databases on engines, you can converge to reliable MTBF prediction relatively easily. But somebody has to give you the data, which is not likely if they're not your engines, if you have signed off on the TOT. Once you're tied to one engine, we can explore far beyond and go into optimization. So I've listed here my state of progress on some of these things, and they are laughable. Yes, enjoy yourself. But the starting point is still the undergraduate engine analysis. Since people don't think about what I tell them, and they write me off as crazy for good reason, I'm very proud of that. I actually got a letter from NASA at one point. They actually called on the phone and said, Professor Komerath, you know what? You're crazy. And we mean that in the very best sense. It's our highest compliment. Yes. I decided that the only way I could contribute before I die was, which might be tomorrow or which might be tonight, was to develop computer programs myself and put the results into books which I have published. These books don't sell. They're on Amazon. Didn't cost me anything, so that's all right. Now the last part, dealing with education. The digital twin aspect can give relevance to assignments in various courses. We need those course assignments. We cannot afford to hire enough people to do these things without that. This is a focal point to integrate hands-on development of skills and tools with realism and without sacrificing rigor and discipline. Some key strategies are listed here, and for each, I have an experience base described in several peer-reviewed publications. Very few people in India care about those. but that used to be something that we did when I was working. I had an opportunity to conceptualize the next Takshashila University or the World Association of Vedic Studies. And I remember saying that the present fee-based undergraduate education system and structure in India, with its tuition-based evils, is just pure evil. It must be changed to incorporating a lot more projects. Here's how I would go about doing this digital twin project leading to Atmanirbhar jet engine development. Of course, I am not going to be able to catch up on 40 years of doing not much of anything and catch up to the leading edge of the world, but we can make a good start. We may surprise ourselves quite a lot. Of course, no one is asking me to. So this is all just, I can safely say these things and not be taken seriously. The primary features are that a young naval officer, probably not ranking any higher than a captain. We don't want any admirals and people like that. They're scary. That should be the person who is entrusted with making this successful. And that person should report directly to the top of the Prime Minister's office. So should the principal investigator in a university. Again, hopefully an associate professor, not a big, huge full professor like I used to be. Sorry, but I have to say this. I mean, I've shown all the other linkages there. In India, the primary hurdle, and I'm going to get shot for saying this, I'm sure, but the primary hurdle is getting the government to move and make that first phone call. Say to an IIT director or director of some other university and say, hey, could you please get moving? Get a small team of students and faculty moving towards this. We want to find out where we're going to go. Get moving on the first 6 months of planning and risk reduction, which is dirt cheap, before you actually go and do the ribbon cutting and the actual big spending and the flowers and bouquets and all the plaques and all these things. With all respect to the administrative service and the various ministries that are involved, this is what you need to do. Conclusions. My email address is given above. I'll answer long questions if you have them there rather than spend the time here. We discussed the Abhimanyu syndrome of technology transfer and the Somanath syndrome of ignoring the growing threats and going around telling everybody how much money you have. The jet engine field urgently needs skills and tool development and basic knowledge. Generative engineering will revolutionize how products are innovated, optimized, and manufactured, whether you like it or not. You either get ahead of this revolution or you become perpetual slaves. The window is closing. Window is right now. It's not closing. It's right now. Get in through it. We are starting to build jet engine digital twins. Somebody has to start it, and I'm starting it. Finally, other people may be doing this. I'm sure if people say digital twin, oh yeah, we are having that only. We are having nanotechnology and everything, and that's the usual Indian reaction. They can have that. I am doing what I'm doing. Finally, cross-discipline innovation is not as easy as some people may think. It's not just words. But we do have clear and hard-won examples of how to instill cross-disciplinary education with rigor. It'll take a couple of hours to explain it and demonstrate confident, competent innovation. This is something I know I can do. I've done it. And this is not something foreign. You don't need TOT or ITAR clearance to do this because it is the ancient Takshashila model that drove the massive Bharatiya economy and technological dominance of long ago. It is not only feasible, but utterly urgent to incorporate digital twin concepts into education and go fast forward to Atmanirbhar. You can do it. Now I see that I have a bit of time left.
For question answer?
And, they don't let me lose a lot. So I want to tell you a couple of stories. In the spirit of the Suhrit Samhitas, let me relate two stories. The first is from the Panchatantra of American folklore. There was a star football player, let's call him Bo. His great university had won the national championship the past 2 years, heading for the third, but he had one F grade separating him from graduation. In mathematics, in the US universities have a system that if you have only one F to clear, you can get a test the day before graduation. No need to take that course again. The alumni were angry with the president. If Bo didn't clear that F, the NCAA would not allow him to play in that championship game. They said, look, math professors are all cruel, prejudiced against athletes. And the faculty were up in arms saying, attack on academic freedom, watering down standards, you can't allow this. So the president himself went out on the field at the stadium the day before graduation and opened the envelope from the math HOD. His face, already white, went as white as the paper. His hands shook. He's sweating, panic attack, can't breathe. But he gave the paper to Bo and said, Bo, man, give it your best shot, man. No one can ask anything more than you. Do it, man, for us. And the question was posted on the scoreboard, and you can see it there. The entire stadium gasped. Bo looked at it and thought for a second. Is there some trick question here? Then he said clearly, 1 + 1 = 2. The earth shook as the stadium exploded, as 85,000 fans, professors, staff stood. Unfair, too hard, give him another chance, give him another chance. The point here is not to sneer at football players, certainly not. Bo had no trouble when he had to use what he had learned under pressure. The alumni were not stupid. They had made enough money to donate and build that stadium. As a former professor, it is against my principles to say anything good about administrators, so the president can be whatever he is. See, all these people have a mental hang-up. Math is hard. Professors are cruel and unfair. You have to get them to solve problems, get over these things, and not wait until the wolf is at the door. Let me tell you, over the years, when we went to grocery stores or wherever, the checkout counter is usually a teenager doing part-time work, probably in high school, and they would ask, so where do you work? And I say, Georgia Tech. Oh, they've heard of the football team. Bo was not one of our students, thank you. So what do you do there? I say, I teach. Teach what? Aerospace engineering. At that point, there's a binary reaction. Some people would say, wow, okay, great, flattery. But the honest reaction is, yuck. That's the problem. People see technology as too hard. They don't understand. It's common sense. It's easy, actually. Well, it is not easy, but you need it. One more small story. This one is true. Back in 2006, my wife Padma and I went to Miami, Florida. We were getting into the hotel elevator. Padma lived in America for 43 years and, of course, was wearing a sari and a bindi as usual. She learned about this bindi very early at a time when there were no Indian stores around where we lived. She used to use a lip liner because that's the one thing she knows must be non-toxic cosmetic. You're not going to put something toxic on your lips. So I see that today's Indian ladies, especially Hindus, don't wear that. They just use the lip liner as lipstick. Good for them, of course. Very secular, very modern. But the bindi does provide a unique identifier, like Aadhaar. The young uniformed elevator operator looked curiously at her and at me, maybe suspiciously at me. When the door closed, he asked me, "You India?" I smiled at him and said, "Yes." His face lit up like a summer day. The smile could be seen from Miami to Fort Lauderdale. Uzbekistan. That one gesture meant more to me than getting 10,000 WhatsApp likes or loud YouTube chest-thumping speeches about how India is an ex-superpower, fourth, third largest economy, second largest G2, G1. You see, you have a huge responsibility. You must win. Bharat must develop. Because Bharat is a beacon of hope for most of humanity. When people are in a strange foreign land, homesick, can't speak the local language, people look on you as an alien and they see a pair of Indian faces. They see us as friendly, kind people. Remember that. Jai Hind and Vande Mataram.
Thank you, Narayanan Komerath. It was a technical person with full authority, and he is very crystally clear. And he hasn't spoken actually, other than the last a couple of slides. He has very clear ideas about how the Vedic things should be promoted, how that should be adopted. And he is one of the person who practices it. So it's wonderful to have his. I don't know whether we have time to ask maybe a question. While other people are thinking, why did you say that Abhimanyu got 99% training when he only knew half of the trick to just get in?
Well, he heard whatever he heard. I don't know about 99%, but then I don't know what this 75% or 80% that they're talking about means either. But the point is that he didn't get everything, and without knowing everything and without going through the exercise, you're not. People are not going to tell you everything you need about what you really need in such things, in life critical things. That was my only point.
Yeah. No, the very
I'm sure
valid
the
point.
99% was, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You need to have the critical point in your hand before you will get anything. That's very true. And if somebody holds that critical point, you can have everything. It doesn't matter really at the end. So, I mean, you have really very good insight, Narayanan. I think this is really a wonderful presentation. If there is any, I mean, you gave your Gmail account so people can ask you and you can give them, there is, sir, if government delays are the biggest hurdle, what can students or young researchers like us to do?
Yes, I am. Very good question. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I'm doing. Don't sit around waiting for the government. Especially this government, I admire very much, mind you. There's a picture of me standing near the Prime Minister and I'm doing this. Anyway, this government believes not in going and giving things to people. This government will sit there and look at what you're doing and they will support you at some point. I assure you, you have much, much better access than I have. You students can probably write directly to the Honorable Prime Minister and you will get a response. You get a lot more sympathy. So I think you have tremendous power under you. Start doing something. Of course, you need some guidance, and that poses some difficulties. You need some discipline. Once you start moving in a good direction, you can make a huge difference. Let me put it this way. So somebody getting paid by the government is doing zero for 10 years, and you do one thing in 10 years. You are infinitely better than them, right? So look at it that way. So anything you do might be worth much, much more. So you can do a lot. Thank you.
All right. So we will move on. Actually, there is, I think, one more. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I think the answer is given by Narayanan. So we need to move on. Of course, the next speaker, which is Subhash Kak.
Yes, we can move to our next speaker, Professor Subhash Kak. Let me introduce our next speaker of this session. Subhash Kak is Resident Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Oklahoma State University. He has been a member of the Indian Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovations Advisory Council since 2018. His most recent book is The Age of Artificial Intelligence. Welcome, sir. You may start, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this amazing panel and to see, familiar faces like Dr. Bal Ram Singh. And we had these two great presentations by Rajiv Malhotra and Narayanan, Komerath. Really enjoyed it. Now, let me first of all mention, in order to relate to the audience, that I worked in AI for a long time. And I was, in fact, the very first one in 1999 to propose an AI-based search engine. As we know, these search engines have become very popular, such as ChatGPT and Grok and all that, and they are changing a lot of the stuff that we do, not only for homework, but actually for business as well. You can get such a engine to do a lot of the preliminary work or even write code for you, which later on can be checked upon by humans. Now, having said this, what does my book, The Age of AI, talk about? Because that is relevant here. AI is changing things in ways that are absolutely unprecedented. Some people say, well, we had the Industrial Revolution in the 1820s, and we didn't need that many people to be at the farm. So there were new jobs that came up in the city. So people moved from rural areas to urban areas. And we needed even more and more people to do the bookkeeping and everything else, or decision making in the city. And so in some fundamental way, things did not change. But the AI revolution, and they say, well, although many jobs will go because of what machines can do for us, but new jobs will be created. Now, my answer to that is not going to happen. Jobs are going to be lost forever. Why? Because in the Industrial Revolution, brawn meaning muscle power, was replaced by the internal combustion engine, let's say of the railways or of the motor car and of the engines in the factories. But now what's being replaced is the brain itself. Because what does the human brain do? Human brain does procedural tasks, right? Which can be quite involved. And now computers can do all of those procedural tasks and can do them much more efficiently, and can even do tasks which are much too complicated for one human being or even for 10 human beings. And therefore, these jobs will be gone forever. And therefore, society is going to be changed forever. Now, of course, there are two things that happen. One is there are some people in the computer science or AI field itself who say, well, our ultimate purpose is to create machines which are conscious. Now, if machines that are conscious could be created, then the world would be changed forever completely. Why? Because such conscious machines will, the first thing that they'll do is to get rid of human beings, because we human beings are always unhappy, right? We are always complaining. And so if conscious machines could be there, they would take charge of society and create other conscious machines. Now, fortunately, now this is, of course, a terrifying future. Now, fortunately, there are scientific results, which not all computer scientists or AI researchers believe in, which say that conscious machines will never be built. And so that's a good thing. That is something to be happy about. However, even though machines will never be conscious, machines will replace humans at literally everything. Why? Because it's so much easier to seed decision-making to a machine. And that's what, for example, happens in bureaucracies. A bureaucracy is also a machine where people must fulfill certain roles according to what the system expects of the individuals. And therefore, in an ideal bureaucracy, there is no room for independent decision-making by a bureaucrat. Now, if you look at, for example, the bureaucracy related to the World Health Organization or the public health systems across the world. Now it's coming to light that the COVID pandemic a few years ago, the response was not necessarily the optimal one. In fact, the latest findings which are coming out in the US indicate that people who got the mRNA vaccines in the US were more likely to die of COVID than those who did not. But at that time, the bureaucracy did not allow any criticism of what it had already decided or what had been decided for the public health system which had been put in place in America and in Europe, because that's where a lot of the deaths took place. So now what's going to happen to the world? This interaction of machine and the brain. One is, of course, jobs will go away. And in fact, there is one estimate that about 60% of jobs in a developed society are transportation jobs. And in fact, I was talking to a very good friend of mine who's a co-author on a future book, and he's from Greece. He said he spent the summer in Crete, and Crete has a native population about 600,000 people, and he was complaining that there were about 7.5 million visitors who were there. But he said the most striking thing that he found about living in Crete, which is his hometown or home country, home place, he said is that what Greece had been famous for was its food, and now nobody cooks anymore. There are these delivery boys on motorcycles or scooters or cars who deliver food to you, and it's happening all over. It's happening in the US as well. Right now, I'm speaking from Miami, and Dr. Komerath mentioned his story about his trip to Miami. And in Miami as well, everybody is getting fast food, even if it's Indian food being delivered from a restaurant, even coffee. You want drink a cup of coffee, it gets delivered to you. So 60% of jobs are in the transportation sector. And there is the claim that the world might be ready for self-driven automobiles. They have already been introduced on a limited basis in certain cities in the US and in China as well. And should that become universally adopted, clearly, 60% of the jobs would disappear. Likewise, there are a lot of professors, maybe millions of professors in the world, millions of professors in India now. They could be replaced by just a few hundred in studios in Delhi or Chennai or wherever, and using technology that is available. Their lectures could be delivered to whosoever wants to hear them. So all of this is going to be making fundamental changes, and one consequence of this, of course, is fall in population. I asked Grok the other day. I said, when will Kashmiri Pandits, I'm from Kashmir, I'm from Srinagar, when will Kashmiri Pandits disappear as a community? And the answer came back instantaneously. It said, in 5 generations, in 150 years, Kashmiri Pandits will disappear as a community, will be less than 1,000. Descendants, it doesn't really matter whether they're intermarrying with other communities or not. Because people who are Kashmiri Pandits right now, their descendants would be less than 1,000 people in 5 generations, which is about 150 years. And why? Because right now, the fertility rate that the Kashmiris have is about 1 or 1.1, which means in 1 generation, because it makes the fertility rate is the number of children born to a couple, and you need 2.1 for population to remain constant. The Kashmiri population fertility rate right now is 1 or close to 1. So in one generation, the population halves. In 2 generations, it becomes 1/4. In 3, 1/8. In 4th, 1/16. In 5, 1/32. In 6, 1/64. If you are about just over 60,000 right now, or 100,000, so in 6 generations, we'll be less than 1,000. Now, the fertility rate has dropped close to 1 in many parts of Europe. In Spain, it's 1.1. In Italy, it's 1.2. In Germany and in the Scandinavian countries, it's also close to 1.3. In Korea, it's 0.68. In China, close to 1. So there is a prestigious demographic institute in Vienna called the Wittgenstein Institute of Demography. According to it, there is a big likelihood that in 2300, the world population will be only about 100 million, which is about 1/80th of what it is right now. Right now, the world population is 8 billion. So 1/80th of that is 100 million. 100 million is about the population of the national capital region of India, right? The larger Delhi region is about 100 million. So just imagine, should that happen, most of the world will get depopulated. You know, the cities will empty out. There will be changes that we cannot comprehend or imagine. And while that happens, or before that happens, there are going to be tremendous pressures on every society, because what is the driver of the politics right now? Say in the US and in Europe, well, our populations are falling. In Britain, the fertility rate dropped below 2 in 1970s, and the whites in Europe, the fertility rate is about 1.3. For keeping the engines of the economy humming, they need more and more people to work outside, janitors, this or that, and some people on factory floors. So we are, you know, it's like the tail wagging the dog. So because of all of that, because to keep the engine of the economy humming, you need more people in. And as you get more people in, and they are coming from societies which are different from European society, and they come in, they're already 30-40% in many of the European cities. In fact, the whites are a minority in the larger American cities also. So once that happens, after a certain point, clearly there will be conflict, because the way these new immigrants look at life is different from how the old residents of these societies view life, or how it ought to be lived. So as the world population falls, there will be serious conflicts of, you know, engendered by different factors. And in fact, one could even make the argument that the war in Ukraine is a consequence of all these demographic forces. And in fact, Ukraine's population has become less than 1/2 of what it was 10 years ago. Well, partly because of refugees who are leaving Ukraine, and the population of Russia is also falling. And America wants a lot of people to come in, because, you know, once you are the #1 economic or military power, you want to continue to be the #1, and you want more resources, physical resources. So you want to refashion geopolitics away from where it might be going. And we can see some factors at work, and some of them may have already been mentioned in the previous 2 lectures. One is India is on a per purchasing power parity basis, PPP international dollars. India is the 3rd largest economy. China is #1 at 40 trillion. US is #2 at 30 trillion. and India is third at 18 trillion. Fourth is Russia at about 8 trillion, and after that comes Japan and so on. So it's expected that India will in fact overtake the US in PPP in the next 10, 15 or 20 years. But on the other hand, China's population, because of this intersection of AI and population, in China's population is going to become 1/4 of what it is now by the end of this century. Almost all experts agreed upon it. By 2100, China's population will be 350 million or so. India's fertility rate has also dropped below 2, but it's just dropped below 2 in the last few years. So it takes about 20 years before populations starts to fall in general. So India's population will continue to rise for another 20 years. So India will be the world's growth engine of the world economy for the next 20 years. So India has a very sweet spot from a population perspective. And so geopolitically, it's going to be a very interesting contest between China, US, and India. And as I mentioned, the top four on a PPP basis are China, US, India, and Russia. And it's very interesting that the US is fighting China for economic supremacy, but and it's also fighting Russia in Ukraine. But Mr. Trump has also put the mark on India as the next largest economic power. So a lot of very interesting things happening, and based on certain fundamental principles, mathematical principles, it's generally geopolitically, as in the business world, it's generally a contest between the big three. So it's going to be most interesting in India as to how these big three, which is China, US, and India, operate related to managing the power and expressing it. So it's going to be interesting from that perspective, and there are certainly a lot of positives as far as India is concerned because of its current size and the direction of its growth, and there are also the larger forces which are going to reduce the world population, which will also create certain conditions which may not be that easily managed. So I will stop here, and so that we have time for questions. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I'll be more than happy to amplify on any of these points or address any specific questions that you in the audience might have.
Thank you, Subhashji. That was wonderful. You have the whole history of when AI was really in the very primitive stage, but and also in your case, you have been so much involved with about India. So are there any questions?
Participant can write their question in chat box.
So while they are writing, I guess nobody is jumping right now. So maybe I can initiate some questions. So as far as I know, Subhashji, mathematics is an artificial intelligence. Because कभी अगर हम कभी दाल में नमक डालते हैं, सब्जी में नमक डालते हैं, अभी आप खाने की बात कर रहे हैं ना, तो हम तौलते थोड़ी ना है, हम अपने हाथ में लेते हैं, अंदाजा लगाते हैं, और उसके वी डोंट इवन काउंट, मतलब वो देख के जो भी हमारे समझ में आ जाता है. तो व्हेन द मोमेंट यू पुट मैथमेटिक्स एंड यू नो इट मोर देन आई वुड नो, there is no end to the one between 1 and 2 infinite. So that means we finite it and then we convince everybody that this is the way to go about it. It's based on less knowledge. I mean, the concept of, and you know more, I've learned so much from you also about this, the Brahma, the Anant, those concepts are real, that is only in us. But on the other hand, when we just learn from someone and then lead our life according to that, so there is this conflict of, what is real natural versus what is artificially created, let's say even mathematically. And we feel very good about our mathematics knowledge, and today's AI takes the same credit. How do you deal with that, natural versus artificial, from that point of view?
Thank you, Balramji. Wonderful question, because the central thing that we need to come to is what is it that machines can do which humans cannot? And I think that's your question, directs our conversation to that. Well, is our consciousness also machine-like? That is another way of looking at it. Now, it so turns out that many people believe in that. In fact, if you go to the Bay Area or you go to New York, people who take the big decisions on behalf of finance and so on, many of them believe that consciousness is also machine-like. It's a property of the brain. In fact, neuroscientists believe that consciousness is a consequence of the complexity of the interconnections between the neurons. So once the complexity exceeds a certain threshold, the machine becomes conscious. Now that would imply that machines will eventually become conscious. Now, fortunately, 2 years ago, I published a mathematical theorem in the leading journal of the field. Journal is called Journal of AI and Consciousness, where I proved that machines will never be conscious, that consciousness is something apart from physicality, apart from matter, time, space, which is what physicality is, right? Matter, time, space. Consciousness is something transcendent. I proved it as a mathematical theorem. In fact, the title of that paper is No-Go Theorems of Machine Consciousness. And so really it pulls us back to this whole Indian knowledge system, because what is the Indian tradition says that Chaitana is para. You have apara and para. Apara is matter, time, space. Whatever can be related to physically through our senses is apara. Para is Atma, is Chaitana, which is outside of our senses. So this theorem, which personally I think is a very, very important theorem, it proves that consciousness is not a product of any machine. No machine would ever become conscious. And in fact, I can even tell you what was the intuition behind this theorem. See, if you could create a machine of tremendous complexity and suddenly the complexity crosses the threshold, it becomes conscious. Then you can even imagine another machine which has this machine as a subpart, which has even more complexity. So then you would have a situation where a machine which is conscious has parts which are also conscious, which is an impossibility because consciousness is a unity, right? It's ek. It cannot be bahu. And therefore, a consciousness which emerges out of complexity cannot arise, which emerges out of machine-like nature will not arise. And therefore, there is more to reality than just machines. Therefore, life is really worth living, because that is one of the problems. Why do we have the fentanyl pandemic in the US? 100,000 people killing themselves, young people with families, with young children. Why? Because they think that life is not worth living. Life is all machine-like. We have gone through all the sensations that can be had in school and college. So I need something to be addicted to. I need this thing of, some drug. And you buy these drugs through some supplier, and it's not of good quality, and then you die. You are maybe only in your 20s or 30s. So I personally think IKS, the Indian tradition of consciousness, which is the very heart of IKS, para vidya, because apara is all the modern sciences, and India embraces all sciences, because Indian knowledge, this is Sanatan Dharma, is about knowledge, right? So the para is also a part of the Indian knowledge system, and that is what the whole world will need to navigate the extreme dangers that lie ahead, arising out of the collapse of population, which is going to take place everywhere, and nothing can stop it. It's like this collapsing population is like a tsunami. It's not just we Kashmiris, it's going to happen to everybody. It's all the general Indian population, the Koreans, the Chinese, the Japanese, the white Europeans, everybody, even the Turks, the Iranians. The fertility rate has dipped below 2. Right now, it's about 2 only in sub-Saharan Africa, but even there, it's expected by the end of the century, the population fertility rate in sub-Saharan Africa will also be much below 2. So the proportion of different races on Earth will change. In fact, I think Elon Musk tweeted it the other day. It said in 1940, about 40% of the world population was white. In 2025, it's only 9%, which is white. In another 20 years, it'll be only 3 or 4%. So, it's that whole dynamics, race, crime, etc., is going to change in ways that we can't even imagine.
Wonderful, wonderful conversation. I think there are some questions. I'll have some follow-up if there is any time, but there are questions. Let me just read it. Isn't that AI revolution like others? Many jobs that are repetitive will be taken over by machines, but someone has to be innovative and design. Someone has to innovate and design the machines to do the repetitive task. So we may be seeing a huge creation of new jobs like IT jobs, replaced post office jobs as an example.
No, in fact, right now, this is the latest figures from the US. The unemployment rate for computer scientists and computer engineers is amongst the highest right now, because companies that were hiring, let's say, 10 coders, now they need only 1, because the other 9 are being done by LLMs. The chat GPT, etc., can do the basic code. So some jobs will be gone forever. Machines can do things that we do. What do most of us do in our jobs? We follow procedures, right? Computers can do that. Most of us, professors, even artists or people who make ads, or even a lot of the music. Now, that's not to say that creative jobs don't exist, but you wouldn't need the same. Maybe 1 or 5% of the people are required for that. And ultimately, anybody, if you can have a machine do something, you would use a machine rather than a human being, because the cost would be less.
I think you have already answered the second question. If conscious AI becomes too smart, I mean, you already said there is no conscious. It's not getting there. So I think that question is kind of answered. When are we saying consciousness is one, or referring to non-dual Brahman? When we are saying consciousness is one, we are referring to non-dual Brahman, the Brahma.
Yeah, Brahman, Parabrahma, Parabrahma. Yeah, that consciousness is the consciousness. Consciousness is the principle which is beyond materiality. We are two sides to each one of us. In fact, you even have slogans such as Shivoham, Aham Shiva. Every human being is that principle. Because now you might say, hey, how does that principle work? That is a transcendent phenomenon. It interpenetrates all of reality. So it's like the light which illuminates the content of our brain. So according to Western psychology, brain is consciousness. According to Indian psychology, brain is a machine, but it is illuminated by this principle of consciousness. And that is that non-dual, because it's the same for everybody. We are all the same. There is no difference. Somebody talked about varna, jati, etc. No, every living being has the same principle illuminating the contents of their mind. Now, of course, how to discover? So every human being is potentially a genius. So how do we arrive at that ability? By by getting closer to that source of light within, because our habits and our prejudices throw a cloak on that light. So all that light does not reach the contents of our mind. So it's in order to, so the whole Indian way, and as somebody who works both on AI and also on quantum theory, as well as also on the Vedic side of it, I think this whole Vedic system is so extraordinarily beautiful, and it does go where all of science needs to go, because consciousness is the frontier of computer science, it's the frontier of neuroscience, it's the frontier of quantum mechanics, because in quantum mechanics also, you have the observer and the observed. The observer is always beyond all the equations, Schrodinger's equations, etc., which are linear. But when the observer interacts with the observed, there is a collapse. That's when creation occurs. It's beautiful, beautiful. I would recommend to all of you that there is, personally, in my view, there's nothing as extraordinarily remarkable as this whole Vedantic system, which is the very heart of the Indian system.
So then when the travel is rather than outside, because it starts going inside to your
We have to do
own.
both. Yeah, the Indian way is not just to go inside. Ultimately, we are also the embodiment of the Brahman, of Brahman, right? Parabrahm.
All over, yeah.
So this is the outer form. So we must celebrate both. We are not rejecting the outer. What we are saying is that worship the outer as well as the inner. And it's like a mirror, both sides of the mirror. And one, you learn from the outer how to go into the inner. And that is the heart of IKS. That is the heart of the Indian way of knowledge, that we embrace both the outer and the inner. Now, it did so happen in Indian history at some point, because of certain difficult times, that people said, okay, now we're going to go to the forest. We go to the forest just to learn ultimately how to look within, and in order how to relate to the outer. In fact, in the Dharma Shastras, since the idea of Dharma Shastras also came up in one of the earlier talks, the Raja had to go to the Aranya, to the forest, to prove himself. The Rajkumar had to go to the Aranya to prove himself worthy of coming back to the ground, to the village or to the town, and become a Raja, become a ruler. Because unless you have gone outside, you really don't know what the world is. So you got to go outside as well as go within.
Yeah, that concept of Ardhanarishwar or positive, negative is always you're going to realize only if you see the other side. Otherwise, you don't realize. So even this situation that looks like very daunting might be actually a awareness. It may be creating the awareness that where we are going and what is more important. I think there is no other. I mean, there is another question about Atma and all that, about the food. The delivery of 60%. Well, I remember once you gave, like maybe 20 years ago, a talk in UMass, where you said that people who are artistic, they're like 50, 60 years ahead of, however their sense is. And cooking is an art. It's considered now, these days, it's considered like, that's the lowest label of things. And I have, during the Corona time particularly, but even now, I have learned to cook. And it's so pleasing, just when I have written 130 recipes. I'm going to try to see if I publish a few of them. So I find that cooking is, just because you can order, doesn't mean that's the best thing for you to do, because there is so many issues about it from Ayurvedic perspective.
It's terrible. In fact, one of the horrors of living in the US, or downside, let me not use the word horror, is the problem of food. Not just the fact that people are ordering food from fast food places, even restaurants, they are doing, high-end restaurants are sending food. You order it and your coffee comes, etc. It's the ingredients. There's this clip that ice cream that you buy in an American store, the ingredients that they're using, they are for shelf life, and there was this lady, she bought many of these ice cream buckets, and she forgot them in her car for a party on Sunday, and she bought them on Friday. And when she opened the trunk of her car on Sunday, she discovered there it was still not melted. You know, it's so a lot of the food that you buy right now in America is a problem, and I'm quite sure the same problem is emerging in India as well. So one's got to go back to the drawing board, and part of the problem is the way one is looking at what life is for is certain ideas are being disseminated, maybe American soft power or media or whatever else, and they're being adopted all over the world, and people are losing touch with how life is to be lived in a organic way, which is nourishing not only to the body but also to the spirit. And if you don't do that, if there is a gap between the two, as is happening in the US with all the addiction and all the problems and homeless people in LA, there are more than 1,000 homeless people living in those tents and, you know, drugged up. LA, San Francisco, all over. So this is America. America can't show the way. You know, something needs to be done. And besides, you know, now the population crisis is going to override everything else. Nobody had imagined this, that population will collapse the way it has started to collapse. Now, of course, there are people like Elon Musk who are on their own way. He's got 15 children. But, you know, what can one person do? That's not going to reverse the population collapse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So anyway, I think we have come to an end. Mrs. Looney, you have some
Yes.
anything
Thank you.
officially
Yes.
you want to close the session?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for these useful information and this thoughtful session. So formally, I want to end the session. Moving towards end the session, on behalf of organizing committee, I, Dr. Looney, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers who shared their time, insight, and expertise with us today. Your thoughtful, provoking perspectives and in-depth knowledge have not only enlightened us but also inspired meaningful dialogue and reflection. And once again, thank you, Professor Bal Ram Singh, to making this event impactful and memorable. We look forward to more such enriching exchange in future. Thank you so much, sir. And
Wonderful,
I
wonderful
just
to see these colleagues.
one announcement. Please fill the attendance form and the feedback link for these participants. Thank you so much.
And eat your self-cooked food. It's time for dinner.
Dinner.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste.